Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? So shout out to everybody that is in the room. It's good to see everybody. If you guys can hear me, give me the radiation emoji or a thumbs up in the chat. If everything looks good on the screen, you can go ahead and give me that flames emoji in the chat. And before we get started, I'm going to give a shout out to all of the early birds who are in the building. All right. It's good to see everybody in here. Good morning to everybody. We got Savion Drake 0 in the building. Shout out to Savion Drake. We got Black Free Thinker in the house. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. We got Shamika Gray in the building. Shout out to Shamika Gray. We got Patricia Slade up in here, B1. We got DJ Elmo. Shout out to my man DJ Elmo. And DJ Elmo, actually, make sure y'all drop some radiation emoji and some flames in the chat for my man DJ Elmo. Lighten up the chat early. My man says, peace, family. What a time to be living in. So much going on in the world. But one thing is for certain, Black folks are targets by all other groups. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? That's a big fact. We got Black Spider in the house. Shout out to Black Spider. We got my man Jay Bird in the building. We got Tia2U in the house. Shout out to Tia2U. We got Roots Trackers. All right. And we got Flowers in the building. Shout out to Flowers. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about some of these updates going on with the Israel and Hamas situation, because there's a lot of stuff that literally just happened from the last stream that I did to now. And then we're going to talk about some of that stuff that I said I was going to talk about on that last stream. My apologies for not getting in the midnight stream that I usually do on Saturday nights. Your boy just didn't get a chance. I was trying to get some business handled and trying to make some phone calls and do a bunch of different stuff. And the time just ran out. So I apologize, but trust me, I will make up for it today. I promise. You see, we got people like my man Jay Bird over here talking about, bruh, you pumping out so much content, I can barely keep up. Hey, I'll tell you what, I'll take a vacation, yo. If y'all want me to take a vacation, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't want me to take a vacation, give me a thumbs down. Now, if I take a vacation, y'all got to blame Jay Bird. We got to put Jay Bird on Front Street. If I take a vacation, it's on Jay. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, shout out. We got the first stream sponsor in the building already. My man Black Free Thinker says, choose villainy. Facts. Make sure you guys show him some love and throw some radiation emoji in the chat. All right. So, staycation, bro. I'm talking about slaycation. You know what I'm saying? How many people know what a slaycation is? That's the kind of investments that your boy is on. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tia. You know, she know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Scorpio. You know what I'm saying? So we got some graphic content off the rip. All right. Shout out to my man Lehman Lucas. What's good with it, bro? We got some graphic content off the rip. And then what we're going to do is we're going to check out what other countries are saying and their stance on this, because we're not really hearing about a lot of that. All right. So this is bodies lined up outside a Gaza hospital as Israel airstrikes continue. All right. So we talked about this earlier, right? Shout out to Freedom Queen. What's good with the Freedom Queen? We talked about this in the stream that I did last night on Blacklight Revelations news, reviews, and reactions. And if you guys are not subscribed to Blacklight Revelations news, reviews, and reactions, make sure you guys go over there and subscribe to that channel. All right. But Israel issued a warning to people in the Gaza Strip for 1 million people to evacuate in 24 hours. All right. The World Health Organization has condemned that decree. And the reason why they condemn that decree is because they already do not have sufficient health care. In addition to already not having sufficient health care, they can't handle the recent influx of people coming in as a result of all of this stuff going on here. But now it's to the point where the hospitals are so full, they're stacking up the bodies outside. You know what I'm saying? You know, I got to mess with you, Jay. You know, I got to mess with you, bro. I got to keep you on your toes. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Torian. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Roots Trackers. What's good with it, Roots Trackers? So now Roots Trackers asked the question, does anyone know if the water and electricity and gas are turned off? Yes, they are. Israel has stopped the power supplies, the water, and all of that stuff to Palestine. Okay. So now Black Free Thinker says, I ain't real has become what they swore they hated when they left Central and Eastern Europe and settled in the Levant. Big facts. If you guys agree with Black Free Thinker, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. So yeah, this is wild, man. This for real is a whole like Middle Eastern race war type thing going on over here, which is wild. You know what I'm saying? This is wild. Look at how they just, you know what I'm saying? Look at how they doing over there. Just it's like some shit from a movie, man. This is wild. It's crazy to watch. You know what I'm saying? So now let me ask you guys this question. How many people have heard what Iran has said? Because Iran put out a statement, all right? And what we might be seeing is we might end up seeing Iran become involved in this more quickly than people expected, all right? So I got a clip from Fox News, and in this clip, it's talking about what Iran said. And China said something as well. My question to you guys is, what do you guys think Iran said versus what do you guys think that China said? So here's Iran right here.
Tens of thousands of Israeli soldiers are getting ready for a full-scale invasion of Gaza as airstrikes have continued throughout the night.
IDF issuing a statement saying, quote, forces are currently preparing to implement a wide range of operational offensive plans, which can include combined and coordinated strikes from the air, sea, and land.
Now, let me ask you guys a question. It's interesting, right? When you guys have listened to the things that Vladimir Putin in Russia has said that he planned on doing in Ukraine, it sounds very similar to what Israel is doing when it comes to Palestine, right? But it's very interesting the response that both are getting. Now, mind you, we know that Hamas did this attack, right? But it's just interesting how this goes. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta agree. You know what I'm saying? Jay Bird said, y'all know this is PC people's wet dream. If you ask me, this is more like yeah, this is a wet dream. This is a wet dream. You know what I'm saying? You know, they eyes would be rolling in the back of their head if it was some shit where they was trying to do this to us. You know what I'm saying? Which is one of the reasons why, you know what I'm saying, the power tools and advanced industrial strength weapons and advanced industrial strength tools is what people need to be working on. You know what I'm saying? If you ask me.
End quote. Hamas is responsible for the killing of at least 1,300 Israelis and 29 U.S. citizens. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu assuring his troops that more fighting.
So now, again, when it comes to the mainstream media, when it comes to American media, and remember, this is Fox, right? These are the alleged quote unquote patriots, right? The alleged quote unquote patriots, right? How much coverage has anybody seen what the alleged Americans who were deleted or harmed look like? If anybody has seen them or know their names or what they look like, give me a thumbs up. So now you got to ask yourself the question, why is quote unquote America First, alleged America First media not covering what's going on with the actual Americans who are involved in this situation? That's my question. Let me know what you guys think.
1,300 Israelis and 29 U.S. citizens. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu assuring his troops that more fighting is on the way.
You ready for the next stage? The next stage is coming.
The New York Times reports that Israeli forces have delayed their initial plans as weather conditions in the area could worsen.
Meanwhile, a second U.S. aircraft carrier is on its way.
So shout out to whoever edited this video for Fox with the dramatic music in the background. My question for you guys is, there's a lot of videos that have been popping up on YouTube as far as the quote unquote history behind all of this and the quote unquote timeline behind all of this and the quote unquote history of the conflict. If there's anybody that would be interested in checking out those videos, give me a thumbs up in the chat, because I do want to try to cover this in its entirety. I want to try to cover it in more thorough than I was able to cover Ukraine versus Russia. But if that's not something that people would be interested in, then we can, not do it. So if that's something that you guys want to see, give me a thumbs up, radiation emoji, or some flames in the chat. If you guys don't want to see that, if that's not something that will be interesting to you guys, then give me a thumbs down or angry face, and y'all already know.
Way to the Mediterranean Sea in what Defense Secretary Lord Austin calls a show of force, as the U.S. continues to affirm its support for Israel.
Despite that, Iran is now warning Israel to stop the fighting immediately, saying any further action they take will cause a, quote, huge earthquake.
Uh-oh. What does that mean? Iran just said for Israel to say, Iran said stop the fight or else there will be a quote unquote huge earthquake. What do they mean by a quote unquote huge earthquake? What does that mean? That's interesting.
For Israel, if their operations in Gaza continue. And now let's get to Trey Yinks, who's live on the ground in southern Israel. Trey, what's the latest?
Yeah, hey guys, you can see it's a stormy morning here in southern Israel. We're next to a military base. A lot of traffic headed into the base as reservists show up for duty. Overnight, more Israeli airstrikes targeted positions in the northern and central part of the Gaza Strip as civilians continue to evacuate south. This is a significant development because there was a lot of buzz last night. The invasion could start overnight. The weather could have something to do with it. You can see it's quite rainy here. You do have a lot of those ground troops and infantry troops that are in dirt areas that are now turning to mud. All of this a part of the calculation for the Israelis as they monitor the situation here in the south. Rocket fire continuing into Israeli population centers, but also the situation in the north. We saw today 3 anti-tank guided missiles fired into Israel from southern Lebanon. The Israelis responding, striking Hezbollah targets. So
now we're introducing a new player into the equation, right? Now they're talking about southern Lebanon and Hezbollah. So remember, Hezbollah and Hamas are 2 very different groups. All right, they're 2 very different groups, but they've been in conflict in the Middle East for a very long time. All of those groups. All right. So, it's just this again, this is just fascinating to see. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 32 live viewers and we got 19 likes. If we can get those likes over 40, that'd be great.
Side Lebanon, but yet another indication the Lebanese militant group may try to get involved in this fight, and something that Israel worries about, because if they do get involved at a full-scale level, it is something that will overwhelm Israel's air defense system and create a massive, massive problem for this army as they try to first destroy Hamas and also try to rescue those hostages. Guys?
Trey, I was scrolling through my X feed this morning, and I came across a tweet from you just about 30, 45 minutes ago that really stopped me down. And while you're talking about the attacks in the north, Trey, you said on X, there's an understanding on the ground that Israel-Gaza could just be the beginning. Look at the amount of American military assets headed this direction, the evacuation of U.S. citizens by sea, Iranian foreign minister meeting with leaders of Hamas, uncertain days. And of course, there's also, as you point out, the attacks from Hezbollah. What is the feeling of what is about to happen in the region?
Yeah, look, yesterday I'll point you to a meeting that took place in Doha between the foreign minister of Iran and Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas. This meeting took place in a very friendly tone. It was something that was seen across the Middle East as yet another indication that Iran had advanced knowledge of what took place in southern Israel, that massacre last weekend. But remember, Iran just yesterday said they will be forced to get involved in this fight if the ground operation into Gaza moves forward.
So now, do you guys see what's going on here? Shout out to Jab Bad. You know what I'm saying? What they and shout out to Shamika. Shamika says, according to the bunkers the elite have built for themselves, it's about to go down. They have also been getting heavily armored SUVs and vehicles. Big facts. Big facts. If you guys agree with Shamika Gray, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now, did you guys hear what they said? So now we're going to be getting a lot of information coming out about Iran. You know what I'm saying? Iran has said that if this ground operation proceeds, they're going to be forced to get involved. Now, if you ask me, them coming out with that statement, that right there is like an invitation for Israel to go ahead on with that ground operation, because I don't think that Israel has any intention on backing down, because I think that they have objectives set now that this is going on. You know what I'm saying? And I got to agree. If you guys agree with Roots Trackers, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. She says, seems like a strong domino effect. Absolutely. It seems like a strong prearranged domino effect, if you ask me.
They will be forced to get involved in this fight if the ground operation into Gaza moves forward. The ground operation into Gaza is absolutely moving forward. It is not a question of if, but rather when. So when that does happen, Israel has to be braced for not only rocket and missile fire from Lebanon, but also the fact that Iran could fire on the Jewish state. They've got intercontinental ballistic missiles. They could hit Israeli targets. And it's a real concern for Israel as they try to work through the situation here in the south.
And Trey, that ground offensive that you say it's not if, but when, I'm hearing conflicting reports about what the objective for Israelis would be, that there's a sense that the idea of holding it is almost untenable. I'm hearing deadlines of 18 months. If you're talking about 18 months on a ground invasion, that's incredibly significant. So this delay, is it really for weather in your sense there? You said it was, dicey today. And what's your sense of what their objective is right now?
Yeah, look, in terms of objectives, they are going to enter the Gaza Strip with their whole territory. The amount of
Hey, shout out to DJ Elmo. I'm not going to read that comment because y'all already know, but I got it up on the screen. I'm going to leave it up for a quick second. If you guys agree with DJ Elmo, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I think y'all already know how I feel about that. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Kid Gravity. What's good with it, bro?
troops that we've seen here is unlike anything I have seen in the past. We are talking about tens of thousands of infantry troops. They're going to first, let me take you through this. This is important, actually. They're going to
shout out to Amir. What's good with you, bro?
Bulldozers to ensure that they can get rid of any roadside bombs or booby traps on the way into Gaza. Then they're going to take in the tanks and the APCs, followed by the infantry troops. This is a coordinated effort by the Israelis. And once they get in, they're not just simply going to destroy a few targets and leave. They're going to hold territory. And part of what's taking place is a preparation for that. I'm going to put a jacket on here. It's quite rainy, as you can see. But part of what's taking place is preparation for that. And when you look at the fire along the border, it is really just clearing the path for what is to come. The Israelis understand once they get inside Gaza, they're going to need to hold buildings. They're going to be facing forces like Hamas and Islamic Jihad that understand this territory very well. They're going to be popping out of tunnels, firing RPGs, hand grenades, small arms, and they have to be prepared for all of this. They will be sitting ducks surrounded by enemy forces. And we know from past conflicts around the world, an insurgency is one of the most difficult things to defend against, and that's exactly what they'll be facing when they're inside the Gaza Strip.
Trey, as we talk about this war expanding and this imminence of the ground invasion, can you tell us any more about the civilians? Because I'm hearing conflicting reports about whether they can get out, whether Hamas is blocking them from getting out, or whether the countries from which they're supposed to exit from are blocking that exit.
Yeah, so the Israelis have opened up 2 evacuation corridors in Gaza. Basically, when I say opened up, I mean they've agreed not to strike those corridors. And they're telling all civilians, not just in Gaza City, but in the entire northern part of the Gaza.
Hey, shout out to DBB for commenting for the algorithm. Throw some flames in the chat for DBB for the comment for the algorithm. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, you guys are chopping it up in the comment section with fire. You know what I'm saying?
Gaza Strip, they must evacuate south. If they don't, they are at risk of being killed when the Israelis enter the Gaza Strip. And so we've seen the images, thousands of people heading south, trying to get out of the way toward the city of Han Yunis, the second largest city in Gaza, and even further south to the city of Rafah.
Now, check this out, right? I agree with what Roots Trackers is saying. Roots Trackers is saying, I mean, shutting off water, electric, and gas is not good. Right. 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 Now, here's the thing, right? We actually watched a video on the live stream that I did yesterday about them doing that, and it was actually with a black interviewer, right? And what ended up happening was the person who was being interviewed started really tripping. They started really tripping and getting big mad, calling him anti-Semitic for questioning that and everything. Nobody's even really talking about that to that extent. But now the WHO put out a statement and said that they condemned the talks of the invasion, right, of Israel going into Palestine. And they said that they condemned it based on the stress and strain that it would put on their healthcare system. So now if they're upset about the stress and strain that it will put on the healthcare system, I wonder how they feel about not being able to have water, electric, and gas. And they're justifying it by saying Hamas is using civilians as human shields. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, there's that. Oh, and we're going to go into that eventually. I got to get the information together. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys agree with Freedom Queen or do you guys disagree? We're going to definitely get into that because the mainstream media is on a jihad. They're on a campaign to make sure that everybody believes everything that's coming out about this and that people aren't looking at all sides of information. We're going to look at all sides of information here. So also, we're only 20 subscribers away from 200 over on Rumble. If you're not subscribed on Rumble, make sure you take a moment and go over there and subscribe so we can get to that 200. And also make sure that you guys are subscribed to my backup channels because you guys know when it comes to talking about this type of content, you move the wrong way, say the wrong thing, or look at somebody funny, your channel could be gone without them following the normal rules for the community guidelines.
Near the Egyptian border. What is of note here, though, is Hamas. We had reporting that indicated Hamas was keeping people from leaving their houses before Israeli airstrikes. Well, the Israeli military now says Hamas is keeping people from driving south in some areas and even tried to set up roadblocks. All of this is a concern because you've got 2 million people inside Gaza. The vast majority are not militants. The death toll among civilians, women and children, is rising rapidly.
So see, there you go right there. Now they're not talking about that. And then what they're doing in the mainstream media is that they're justifying that civilian death toll based on the initial attacks that Hamas did. But remember, Hamas and the country of Palestine are not the same. Hamas is a military group, a separate political organization, and the citizens of Palestine are just that. They're citizens of Palestine. You know what I'm saying? So they're justifying what's going on with the civilians based on the actions that Hamas did. And the thing is that, you know, everybody knows that, but when it comes to the narrative that the mainstream media is pushing, they're mashing all of this stuff together in attempts to confuse people to just get everybody on board with what they're saying is what should be the acceptable discourse. You know what I'm saying? And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 39 people watching and we got 26 likes. If everybody could take a moment and bang on that like button and get us to 50, that'd be great.
We had reporting that indicated Hamas was keeping people from leaving their houses before Israeli airstrikes. Well, the Israeli military now says Hamas is keeping people from driving south in some areas and even tried to set up roadblocks. All of this is a concern because you've got 2 million people inside Gaza. The vast majority are not militants. The death toll among civilians, women and children, is rising rapidly. And there are...
That is a great question, Jabad. That is a great question. And nobody's going to jump on you, bro. Jabad asks, but does anyone ever wonder if one was the master of the media, how would you know what you think you see is even factual? Facts, I agree. And Kid Gravity, I agree with Kid Gravity as well. Kid Gravity said, Jabad, you have to go beyond the mainstream media for the answer. That's a fact. You have to review everything. You have to review it more than once. And then you have to go beyond the mainstream media if you can, because the mainstream media, all mainstream media is coming out of all places for the most part, is government sanctioned media. So they're all going to have a similar spin. If you pay very close attention to everything that the media is saying, all these, like, CNN and Fox, now you could watch CNN and Fox, and CNN and Fox are basically indiscriminate. You know what I'm saying? They're basically indiscriminate at this point. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kid Gravity. I got you, bro. Hold on real quick. I'm about to shoot it to you on Discord. The media and the media, the conservative media and the liberal media, as of right now, they're indiscriminate. They're all saying the same thing. You know what I'm saying? I just sent the link over on Discord, bro. So here we go. Let's run this real
Very
quick.
concerning, and real reports from inside Gaza of people running out of not just food, but also water. And so there's a humanitarian crisis.
So that's what Root Strikers was saying. So now it says that people are running out of food and people are running out of water. Now here's my question: why are people running out of food and why are people running out of water? And also, you got to ask yourself the question: well, why isn't the UN or any of these oversight organizations or anything like that making more noise about it? The biggest amount of noise that was made was from the World Health Organization. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta agree. Tia said they've already picked a side for coverage. Now, my question for you guys is, you can answer this question with emojis. What side for coverage have they picked? You know what I'm saying? And make sure you guys throw some radiation emoji in the chat. Round of applause for our guest, Kid Gravity. Shout out to my man, Kid Gravity. What's good with it, bro?
I stand with Black America.
Facts, big facts. I think that's the popular mode of operation in here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, this is wild though, man. So what's your thoughts? What you thinking? I'm almost at the end of this video. You're gonna like this. You're gonna like this next article. I was actually gonna do a video, but since you popped up in here, we're gonna check out this article real quick. Look at this right here.
Okay.
What you think about this? CCP is fully supporting Palestinians amid Israel-Hamas war.
I got something better for you.
What's that? Oh, okay, you got it up here. All right, hold on.
Yeah.
All right, give us the lowdown, bro. The
Are
floor
we
is
allowed to
yours.
say this is a 7-year war?
As long as you're quoting the source and you know what I'm saying, you don't say J's too many. You know how it go. You know the dog. You got to use the dog whistles.
Mm-hmm. UN Security Council Resolution 2334 was adopted on December 23rd, 2016. It concerns the Israeli settlements in Palestinian territories occupied since 1967, including East Jerusalem. The resolution passed in a 14-0 vote by members of the United Nations Security Council. 4 members with United Nations Security Council veto power, China, France, Russia, and the UK, voted for the resolution, while the US abstained.
Now, why do you think that the U.S. abstained?
Are we allowed to say it?
You got to use them dog whistles. You know what I'm saying?
All right, I got one for you. Lahaim. The resolution states that Israel's settlement activity constitutes a flagrant violation of international law and has no legal validity. It demands that Israel stop such activity and fulfills obligations as an occupying power under the 4th Geneva Convention. Do you think they listened?
Probably not.
Water is very valuable in that area.
Facts. And it's, a desert, the climate. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. The arable land, very profitable. Did you know that Palestine has oil that they have not tapped?
Now, I know that they've been trying to get into the Golan Heights, right, and the Gaza Strip for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what did Israel do? They said, "Oh, you got oil under there? Yeah. We finna take that."
Take that.
And then when they come in and leave, they say shalom. I stand with Black America.
Yeah, big facts.
But yeah,
big facts.
It's they out here playing games.
Yeah, bro, they out here playing big games. So check this out. This is an article from Epoch Times that says CCP is fully supporting Palestine amid Israel-Hamas war, and this is an opinion piece from some author, Gordon.
Black first, 7 years because the UN told them to get the hell out, and they think they're above the UN because they have the US in their back pocket,
which is wild.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? is wild. So now here it says the Chinese Communist Party reaction to the deadly attack on Israel by Hamas terrorists revealed that it's on the side of Palestine, according to Gordon Chang, author of The Coming Collapse of China, and China is going to war. Now, let's just actually talk about that. Do you think that there's a coming collapse of China? I mean, every place collapses at some point, but do you think that there's anything in the immediate future?
Let's see how the election plays out.
Yeah.
Let's see how the election plays out.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, it's funny that you mentioned the CCC because they actually came out with a statement on that.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's a beautiful thing.
They're going to go into it in this. It says on Sunday, China's foreign ministry issued its first statement, expressing its deep concerns about the escalation of tensions and violence between Palestine and Israel. Without naming Hamas, the ministry's spokesperson urged, quote unquote, relevant parties to remain calm, exercise restraint, and immediately end hostilities. All right. Now, it says that Beijing's stance is in sharp contrast with responses from Western countries, which we know Western countries, that's a code word. You know what I'm saying? And we know what that code word is.
Mm-hmm.
From U.S. President Joe Biden to European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, many world leaders have condemned the sudden attacks by the Islamic terrorist group Hamas, starting from Saturday morning, that have deleted more than 1,600 and wounded thousands on both sides so far. So now it's interesting that they're saying that the attacks by Hamas have wounded thousands on both sides. That's interesting.
Well, they got to save face on the world stage.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That's all this is about. That's all this is about. So now here it says we have to look up at China's relationship with Iran. See, this is where the geopolitics come in because of the relationships with Iran, right? You know, Iran is cool with Russia and China. So Iran is cool with the other side. So this is how you get these rivals, you know what I'm saying, banging heads. You know what I'm saying? We have to look at China's relationship with Iran because Iran has often been a proxy for Beijing. So now my question for you, Kid Gravity, and for everybody in the chat is, what do you all think that China's response is going to be if Iran goes in and attempts to back up Palestine when Israel does this ground invasion that they're probably going to do?
Well, from what I've been seeing, they talking about threatening Taiwan.
Who's threatening Taiwan? The United States?
No, China.
Oh, China.
Said,
oh, yeah.
So, if I had to hazard a guess, China gonna probably supply Hamas through Iran. You'll never know. You won't know till later, and yeah, that's gonna force the U.S. into a war.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely not going to be a good situation at all. That's not gonna be a situation that fosters any kind of peace. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So now here it says, and of course, Hamas is a proxy of Iran. That's what Kid Gravity just said. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So go ahead.
That's the dog whistle. That's the Saddam Hussein right now. That's Saddam 2023.
Man, didn't we? I just said it yesterday in that stream that I did that right now we're literally watching a 80s and 90s 2.0 replay. The Cold War is popping, the nuclear race. Instead of the nuclear race, it's the AI race. Like, it's all the same shit all over again, bro.
I don't know if you want to get into the religion aspect of it. I know how you are with that. But it looks like the Christians are getting at them Israelis.
Not yet. I actually got a stream where I had planned on going over a bunch of videos about the history of this, and then we could dive into that religion aspect. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll send it to you then, because I don't know when you're gonna do it.
Yeah. So shout out to JD Lee. JD Lee says China is waiting for us to get involved, and then they'll make their move. I agree.
Yeah, they'll get on the phone or they get on the Zoom call, be like, listen, we finna call in them loans on you.
Right.
If you don't stand down.
Right. Big fat. Well, you know, this is actually This is actually a good article that you put in here, bro. You wanna highlight this real quick, you know what I'm saying? And kind of go into it.
Yeah, sure. We could go into it. Basically, the gist of it is
you want to put it up on the screen share, and then I'll share it. I'm gonna keep this up too because I want to look at this. You got it? Okay, there it is. All right, cool.
Yeah, basically, this is ooh, you know how they love their white Jesus.
Man,
you know the Christians love their white Jesus. You know the Israelis don't really like them.
Right.
But yeah, this is gonna be fun. The
Right.
Catholics don't like what the Israelis are doing right now.
Right.
And you know they don't like it because they came out with two statements, and they already had Israel already had the diss records ready.
You already know they did. Shout out to D-Buck. D-Buck says you got to get Izzy in on the religious part. You know that would be a wild show, bro. Yeah, big facts. And that's why I'm telling everybody to make sure that y'all hit Rumble, because that's probably a stream that we would have to do on Rumble or Patreon or members only. And you know what I'm saying, like post the finished video, post the finished video on BitChute or Vimeo or something like that. Because y'all know, you know what I'm saying, like when it comes to this, like YouTube be on some nonsense. But yeah, definitely, I want to get that together.
Yeah, this right here though. It's still over money. You see this?
Man, read that part. Go into it.
Israeli-Vatican relations were not exactly untroubled even before the war began, with an economic and tax agreement still unconsummated 3 decades after the two sides signed a fundamental agreement, and an increasingly hostile climate in Jerusalem for Christians, fueled by the growing antagonism of ultra-Orthodox groups, including numerous incidents of spitting directly at Christian faithful and clergy. And we have seen videos of this.
Man, sure have. Black Spider says they can't live without war. Peace would put them all out of business.
Yes,
and
sir.
I gotta agree.
That's how much I care. I had to yawn. That's how much I care.
Big facts. Big facts. Big facts. Did you want to go into any more of that article?
Nah. That's just like extra stuff. I don't want to bog down the show with that.
Nah, you good, bro. You good. Cause yeah, this is you gonna be around later?
Plantation.
Plantation. All right, because I was probably gonna do tonight for sure. I'll probably do a late night stream following up on some of this. It won't be on this channel, of course, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe we'll see. I gotta get ready because I gotta go cook Larry Elder again tomorrow.
Yeah, what time is the Larry? You got the premiere window up for the Larry Elder joint?
I'm gonna make it before I go to work.
Okay.
Actually, I can make it right now while you're talking.
Okay,
I'm actually quick with it.
Yeah.
Larry Elder gotta get cooked. I gotta get some of that Cornell West with Dershowitz.
Oh yeah.
I gotta get that. Yeah, my black politicians in the media, they ain't doing too well.
They're not doing good, bro.
Nope.
They're not doing good. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna definitely so what I'll do then, your Larry Elder stream is tomorrow.
Yeah, that's gonna be my Monday stream.
The Monday stream. Okay, cool. So what I'll do then is my stream that I do late night, the one that I put up tonight, I'll reroute that into your Larry Elder stream that you do for tomorrow. Yeah. So that'll be dope. You know what I'm saying? Run them
black politician. Can't face the camera. That's what we're gonna call it.
Right. So now here it says, so this really, what we've got here is China fueling these brutal attacks and this invasion of Israel. Mr. Chang told NTD, the sister media outlet of the Epoch Times. Have you ever heard
Epic Times? Yeah, that's Larry Elder jump off.
Yeah. I never heard of this.
It's right wing. It's right wing as fuck.
Yeah.
Like he used to do like little 10-minute videos on their channel.
Yeah. I know about the Epic Times. I didn't know about this NTD channel though. I'm gonna have to check them out.
Yeah, that's China's.
On here.
I think that's China's. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm gonna definitely have to look at.
Let me just make sure. I don't wanna mischaracterize them, but I think that's China. Yeah, it's China. It's based in New York though.
Oh, okay.
It's called New Tang Dynasty Television.
Okay. Yeah. I gotta see. So I gotta get some.
I think they own Epic Times.
Oh, really?
I think they own it.
That's interesting.
Hold on. Yeah. In July 2020, it launched its 24/7 English channel, which now broadcasts nationwide in the US and UK. It is under the so Epic Times owns it. Okay. It's under the Epic Media Group, a consortium which also includes the newspaper, the Epic Times. The Epic Media Group's news sites and YouTube channels have promoted conspiracy theories such as them Q folk, anti-ascension misinformation, and false claims of what Donald Trump be talking about.
Right. Look, DJ almost says the Epic Times is run by an exclusive Chinese cult set.
Wait, what did they call?
Yeah, I'm not sure what they call.
It might be the knee. Oh, yeah, they said they were going to take a knee for Israel. They might be doing.
That's interesting. Now that's not woke.
No, well, what Torian and I were saying, I wonder what they're gonna say. Because you know, when Kaepernick Day, everybody had a hissy fit. I want to see what they're gonna do.
That's what I'm saying. When it comes to them doing that, that's not woke. You see? So I'm not gonna read this because y'all already know.
Before each Week 6 game following Israel Hamas. Oh my God.
See, that kind of just that,
and they're gonna get cheered. Watch.
Oh, you already know, bro. You already know. If y'all think that they're gonna get cheered, give me a thumbs up. If y'all think that they're not gonna get cheered, give me a thumbs down. It's stuff like that that makes people.
Oh, they did the moment of silence. Okay,
that's what makes people have to remind people that Black Lives Matter. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see what my man D-Buck is saying over there on Twitch. And also, if you guys ain't subscribed on Twitch, make sure y'all go over there and subscribe on Twitch. But do y'all agree with what D-Buck is saying? If y'all agree, give me that thumbs up. And make sure y'all throw one in there for KG because he said he agrees. If you ask me, I agree too. I can only imagine. I got to find some stuff that Nikki Haley said because I already know Nikki Haley going off the walls about this. She want to start pushing the buttons for the missiles. You know what I'm saying?
You like to see what she said?
The time you got it. I'll throw it up on the screen share. Go ahead.
Let me make sure I can get into it.
Because you already
I think I'm good.
There was a video that The Hill put out, and I want to try to get a chance to check that video out. But they were, I guess there was some kind of debate between Nikki Haley and Tucker Carlson, and I guess Tucker Carlson was going in on her because everybody knows that she's a neocon. Now, here the crazy thing go, bro. Your boy Ramen Noodles actually said something that I agree with, and it was his comment about Nikki Haley, talking about Nikki Haley stands a lot to lose if this war doesn't go through. Now, again, I agree with that.
He's still an asshole, but
oh yeah, absolutely, big fact.
An asshole can be. No, we're not even gonna go
there. It could be right twice a day.
No, I was gonna say don't fart very often.
That's hilarious.
I mean, I got it for you.
All right, throw it up.
It was going at. I got Torian. It's okay. Go get your trash can. I know. I gotta use them. I gotta use them. They're the only ones really talking about. I gotta use them.
Yeah, gotta use them, bro. Gotta use them.
Gotta use them.
Gotta use them. All right, there we go.
Oh Lord, I feel dirty already. I ain't even played it yet.
You already
because I had to use that.
Ahead. Haley and that's it, bro. Just go through this whole article. I'm trying to hear this whole thing.
All right, let's see.
Because New York Post.
Oh hell no! Oh hell no!
New York Post had put up an article about this, but this is going to be more complete.
So. Sounds like the squad. And there's no place for the squad or Ramaswamy in their comments, whether it's related to Israel or Hezbollah or any of that. You don't congratulate or give any credit to murderers, period. You don't. What you do is you call them out, and you don't do just words, you do action. That's what Israel's trying to do. We need to have Israel's back. You don't just have Israel's back when they get hit. We need to have Israel's back when they hit back too. And so that's what I'm going to do. That's the focus that we need to have. An American president needs to always have moral clarity. You have to know the difference between right and wrong. You have to know the difference between good and evil. This is a stark contrast between good and evil. We need to be able to see that for what it is.
It's funny. She said, we need to see this for what it is. Hey, Nikki Haley. Would you like to tell us what this is?
Hey, go into that.
This is called Israel Allies Foundation. Who are they?
Bro, we don't even see Nikki Haley as what she is. Her name is Nimrata Ranhawa, and we see her as Nikki Haley. So don't sit there and talk about we need to see things as they are when we don't even see you as you are.
Right. It says our mission is to educate and empower pro-Israel legislators. Hey, Nikki. Nimrod, not the ultimate sentinel. They love you.
Nimrod, man.
They love you.
Nimrod was difficult, man. They would shoot him and blow him up, and he would just turn into goop and come back together. Like that's bad business right there when them sentinels get like Nimrod.
Look at that, Nimrata. They love you. They love you. But yeah, Nikki Haley out here trying to give Rob Noodles that work. She's like, man, why is he here? I don't need another Indian in this race.
She mad though, man. She mad. That's why she had to respond to it though.
But here's the thing too with Ramen Noodles. He's doing all of this and nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
His
15 minutes of fame is over.
He wished this war happened right after he went to go see Teslin.
Right. Yeah, that's
New York Post said he's smearing.
That's the article that I was gonna read because I was like, man,
play that. I need that. I gotta hear this.
You got it. Pull it up.
Oh shit! I just closed it. Hold on. That bastard. I hate this man.
And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 60 people watching. If everybody could take a moment and smash that like button, also make sure you guys hit the bell and share the stream. That would be great. We got 53 in here and we got 60 watching. If we could get the likes to 100, that'd be great. Yeah, that's the article that I was talking about, bro. Go into that. You can read the whole thing if you want to. That's the one I was talking about, man. That's wild. I was gonna talk about that one. I was gonna talk about that one tomorrow. But shit, they got it up here today.
Post editorial board. So they're not even gonna say who wrote this.
They don't have an author on there. Artificial intelligence.
Post editorial board. Wow. They combined. They went Voltron on this, man. Oh God!
And what's crazy is that they said that it's a crazy smear. Now, the moment that Vivek Ramaswamy says something that I, slightly agree with, then it's a smear. But anytime he's going in on black people or doing all the anti-black stuff and talking crazy, trying to, kiss the ass of the dominant society, then it's, remember that he was putting up them memes with the little Asian boy being raised by Trump? He must have been raised by Trump. They're not saying that now. Look at how they went back on their word.
Nikki Haley getting money from them folk.
Man.
She's never going to call that out. Here we go. In his bizarre attack on presidential rival Nikki Haley, Ramen Noodles just exposed what's most ailing the Republican Party right now: craven, clickbaity, conspiracy mongering. Look at the big words.
Right, which may be true, but it's interesting that they decided to focus on this one because usually the New York Post is how those crazy clickbaiting, mongering conspiracy theories get echoed through the Post. But when it comes to quote unquote this one, they got a big issue with it.
Interviewed on Haley's call for Israel to wipe out Hamas, Ramaswamy claimed she is somebody that, like many politicians, in a position to get wealthier from war.
I mean, that's a conspiracy theory. I'm pretty sure you just put up the facts on that.
Right. But bro, you literally got wealthy off failed companies and drugs that don't work.
Right. And a George Soros loan.
And the George Soros scholarship.
Yeah, that's Trump that got the Soros loan. My bad. Right. All these people that supposedly hate Soros get so much money from him, I get them mixed up.
And he charged that she and other GOP candidates are, quote, ignoring the interests of the U.S. right here at home, while also focusing on Israel's suffering while overlooking Azerbaijan's cruel treatment of ethnic Armenians. Well, Cenk Uygur and them should be saying something, but they don't.
Right.
A lot of it comes down to money, the corrupting influence of super PACs on the process, he elaborated. This is a thinly veiled appeal to anti-Semitism. His listeners are supposed to hear them folk are spending their money to win special treatment, and there's no mistaking it. Ramaswamy claims his words have been misinterpreted, of course, but that's become his habit, as Sean Hannity noted in calling out his latest game. What are the financial corrupting influences that Nikki Haley's taking a position on? The Fox News host asked. Well, I showed one.
Because nobody's smart enough to understand what Vivek Ramaswamy says. So anytime he says something out of pocket that he has to go back on, it's been misinterpreted. And make sure that you make no mistake, it's because we're the dumb ones. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And quote, we've got pictures of little angels that are gone, decapitated, burned angels' bodies. How is Haley out of line to speak out? The fact is, she's been rising in the polls, passing Ramaswamy by winning the GOP debates to date with a steady, sane demeanor, slapping down the rest of the pack every time they reach for easy answers or pat appeals, whether on foreign policy or issues like abortion. She shows a hard-nosed understanding of the nation as it is, divided but able to reach sensible agreements in the world as it is. A dangerous place needing America's involvement. And yes,
she doesn't show a hard-nosed understanding. She just shows a hard nose.
Oh my God. Should we go over UN history? Should we?
Yeah, we actually should.
We could do that. Ramaswamy is capable of serious thinking. We've been happy to print some of it, but he's also far too eager to outrage to win attention, and now has repeatedly suggested Haley is simply for sale. It's not working for you, Vivek. Better try learning from Nikki Haley instead of smearing her. Well, technically, he's right. She is for sale.
Right. So again, like when he's actually saying, so pay attention to how they're doing. When Vivek Ramaswamy says something that's actually true, then they smear him. But when Vivek Ramaswamy is perpetuating the lies that stroke the egos of the dominant society, then those are the times when he's capable of serious thinking, using those condescending dog whistles. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Oh God.
That's what they do.
I'm telling you, the day he drops out, man,
he gonna be live all day.
He ain't worth it. No, I don't care what time it is. If I'm at work, I'm rushing home.
Yeah, use the StreamYards on your phone and just go live about it at work. Just be like, man.
Oh no, I'm going on the car. Oh, I forgot I could do YouTube live in the car.
Yeah, you could do YouTube live in the car. You could do StreamYards in the car.
Oh, I'm going in on him, boy.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, how you gonna buy all your moose now?
Right. Make it make sense. You know what I'm saying?
This is so much fun. I told y'all politics is fun, black people.
Bro, I'm telling you that I've been doing politics, bro. Like I'm telling you, this is the stuff that people need to be paying attention to, because then when people ask the questions about where the money going, that, you know what I'm saying, that we should be getting, you know what I'm saying, a lot of the answers are tied up in international politics and geopolitics. Like, wait till y'all start seeing how much money they about to start coming with for Israel. Yeah, and Paul.
Hey, yo, that's wild.
Yeah,
that's wild, Paul. Hell, I went back to that website. How did she go from 6 to 8?
She went from 6 to 8.
Yeah, remember that site I just showed you?
Yeah.
Look, she's 8 here, but on this one she's 6. Somebody's not updating this.
Oh wow.
And this whole caption's different. Okay.
So now the thing is that, like, putting the dots together like this, it's that the mainstream media is not going to talk about that. They're not going to talk about why somebody may feel the way that they feel, or how they advocate for what they advocate for.
Mm-hmm.
But the answers are out there, though.
Yes, sir. The Israel Allies Foundation works in 53 legislatures, but Jesus Christ.
Overwhelmingly Western nations. And pay very close attention to the undocumented bros. Look at all of the undocumented bro countries. That that goes into the crypto issue, but
Dang.
and I'm not talking about cryptocurrency. Now look at the Eastern world. Look at Russia, China. You know what I'm saying?
They
But
said fuck that.
yeah,
Got Philippines. They still picking one. Japan. Ooh, they got an MP. Let's go. How you get Madagascar?
I guarantee you that the amount of countries in Africa are slowly decreasing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what
Well,
I'm
I don't know if this is updated, but
look at the undocumented bro countries. This is all I'm saying. I'm pay attention. Look at all the undocumented bro countries. Now, then ask yourself how undocumented bro legislation is favorable for the Democratic Party. So that's why when people say vote blue no matter who, I'm like, are you sure you're using the right word, or is it a word that rhymes with blue when it comes to quote unquote Democrats? But again, that's neither here nor there. That's a Rumble conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying. I don't want to say it.
Hey, shout out to my man Jay Bird. Jay Bird said, "Man, Kid Gravity Beyond wants to smoke from so many people in the political ring. I'm gonna have to start calling him 50 Cent. Call him 50 votes.
50 votes. I
50
do. Listen, I said I don't. I almost want to go contact Larry Elder again, just so I can get some of that Van Lathan rub and just smoke him again. Just smoke him again. I almost want to do it, but then I don't want to do it.
You may as well do it. It'll be good for the channel. How many of y'all want to see a Larry Elder Kid Gravity debate? If y'all want to see a Larry Elder Kid Gravity debate, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down. We gotta make it happen, bro.
I'm gonna be so petty in there. I'm gonna be so smart but so petty in there.
I'm gonna be in the comment section talking crazy about Larry Elder.
I'd actually be respectful until he says something out of line. Because I know he gonna bring up that 1352 to me. I know that, and I'm got to show him in real time. And all the conservatives gonna come for me. I don't care. Bring them.
They'll be all right.
You can get it too.
They'll be all right. All they do is just say stupid shit that nobody listens to. So, you know what I'm saying? It's not like they'll come with anything of any substance or try to, show that any information that you're presenting is wrong, because they don't and can't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't know.
See, look, you got a lot of votes.
You and I got to do a stream on this budding Tatum Todd's fraud and misfit beef.
Oh, fresh and fit in Officer Tatum. Somebody told me about that. I heard.
Yeah. This might be this.
That's interesting. What they beefing about? Who can hate black people more? Who's more of a simp?
I don't know. I heard the clip and I was like, I didn't even know y'all were mad at each other, but let's get it.
Officer Tatum said something back to him?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, he's probably not.
He went on that whatever podcast. He sat there for 6 hours talking to women. I'm like, dude, ain't you married? What we doing?
Officer Tatum was on the whatever podcast?
Bro, where you been?
Not in that algorithm, bro. We haven't done a Reacts podcast in a minute.
I think it's 6 hours though. I don't know if you want to do it.
Oh no, I watched that whole damn thing.
Oh, you don't want to do that. Thank God they put a, oh my God.
For the sake of content.
Candace reacted to it. Oh Lord.
I want to hear what he said.
Oh no. Oh God. We might have to do this. We might have to do it. You free Wednesday? We might have to do this.
Depends on what time.
You let me know. I'm off.
Yeah.
Whenever I say that, that means I'm off.
Okay, cool. Yeah. We're gonna definitely have to do that because man,
Oh God.
I had to holler at them Reacts boys. Yeah,
that's right. This was one of the clips. He dismantles liberal anti-gun argument.
On whatever podcast?
Mm-hmm.
Man, listen, man.
Look at these hashtags she put. Ben Shapiro, The View, Jason Aldean. Try that. Why are you putting Jason Aldean in? Maybe they talked about it. I don't know.
Man, they crazy. Yeah, I got to go back and do some research on that. Shout out to Khalid Hansen. Khalid Hansen said, yo, that beef is mega fake.
Is it? Because he called them Officer Tables. I was like, is that supposed to be funny?
Right. But like Myron can't roast. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, he can't roast. This your girl right here.
Oh Lord.
So we're gonna check out the Wicked Witch of the West and see what she got to say real quick.
Hospitals in Gaza are being overwhelmed
You mean
as
the
Israel
Wicked Witch of the
continues
left?
massive bombing campaign
Right.
in response to Saturday's surprise attack by Hamas militants on southern Israel. The death toll inside Israel has surpassed 900. Meanwhile, authorities in Gaza say at least 770 Palestinians, including 140 children, have been killed so far in Gaza. Israel's also reporting the bodies of 1,500 members of Hamas have been found inside Israel. On Monday, Israel announced a complete siege of Gaza, pledging to block electricity, food, and fuel from entering the territory.
All right, so now shout out to Roots Trackers. Roots Trackers, are you still in the chat? If you're still in the chat, say something. This is the part that you was asking about in the first part of the content that we was talking about. So Israel blocked off the food, the water, and the gas to Gaza. So I just wanted to make sure that you heard it from another source right here. Okay.
Israel. On Monday, Israel announced a complete siege of Gaza, pledging to block electricity, food, and fuel from entering the territory, which has been under an Israeli blockade for 16 years. Hamas responded by threatening to begin killing hostages seized in southern Israel. At the United Nations, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, said, quote, the imposition of sieges that endanger the lives of civilians by depriving them of goods essential for their survival is prohibited under international humanitarian law.
All right, so that's interesting because I didn't know that anybody had made a statement about that, but apparently somebody from the UN actually said that. But what's interesting about this is that, you know, the news is not giving any coverage as to this aspect of any of this. The imposition of sieges that endanger the lives of civilians by depriving them of goods essential for their survival is prohibited under international humanitarian law. Now, if you watch the stream that we did yesterday, that was what that white woman and that black dude, Shermichael, that's what they were debating about. There was first the use of white phosphorus, and then they were debating about the international laws as far as the international laws of war, right? And what he was using for his justification was that if Hamas is using citizens to hide themselves in, to camouflage themselves with, then them trying to target Hamas, it's just of consequence if citizens get deleted. And I don't think that that's proper logic to use in that situation. What do you think, bro?
It's not, because
Yeah,
you're gonna end up saying something that you can't take back,
right,
which is gonna be hilarious.
right. Which is, I mean, they've already said that. Look at what your boy Tim Scott is over there babbling and saying and talking crazy about.
Tim Scott is a babbler.
Right, facts. All right, bro, I'm gonna run this.
Unquote. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres also condemned the Israeli siege.
I'm deeply distressed by today's announcement that Israel will initiate a complete siege of the Gaza Strip, nothing allowed in, no electricity, food, or fuel. The humanitarian situation in Gaza was extremely dire before these hostilities. Now it will only deteriorate exponentially. Medical equipment, food, fuel, and other humanitarian supplies are desperately needed, along with access for humanitarian personnel. Relief and entry of essential supplies into Gaza must be facilitated, and the UN will continue efforts to provide aid to respond to these needs. And I urge all sides and relevant parties to allow United Nations access to deliver urgent humanitarian assistance to Palestinian civilians trapped and helpless in the Gaza Strip. And I appeal to the international community to mobilize immediate humanitarian support for these efforts.
The UN Palestinian Refugee Agency reports Israeli.
So now remember, on top of all of this, right? So we just heard it from the horse's mouth, and we know what's going on. And Israel seems to be wanting to go forward with this because they issued that warning telling people to evacuate. The 1 million people need to evacuate, right? The Republicans here in the United States have introduced a House resolution that suggests that Palestinian refugees not be allowed to seek asylum in the United States as a result of them being a national security threat. Which is interesting because we know on the world stage, like there's literally evidence that their country is about to get torn up. But the Republicans feel that, the civilians in Palestine will be a national security threat. What do you think about that?
I agree. Bruh, this democracy now rabbit hole is wild.
Bro, you don't even know. That's what, bro. It's I'm telling you, the content just makes itself. You know what I'm saying?
Bruh,
Go ahead.
This Amy Goodman chick. How you have a picture from 04? You look old.
Man, bro, look. She's one of those eternal old people. She's never been young and she's never been old. And she's a female Bob Barker. She's an eternal elderly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You ever seen motherfuckers like that? They're like, as long as you known them motherfuckers, they've been old. Like they were old when you were a kid, and then like when you're in your 40s, somehow you swear they was in their 60s when you were in like 4 or 5 years old, but they still like look like they in their 60s. She one of them. She another she's a Barbara Barker. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Damaged 18 of its buildings in Gaza, including 4 schools and 8 healthcare facilities. According to the UN, more than 187,000 residents of Gaza have been displaced. Numerous residential buildings have been hit in the Israeli attack.
The Shamalak family has been entirely wiped out. The entire family, 14 people, all under the rubble. We got out 12 people, and still the rest are under the rubble. We cannot get them out. Israeli forces hit the building without warning. They did not ask us to evacuate. They did not say anything. Suddenly, we heard the airstrike, and we ran to the building. We found out that it collapsed entirely.
Meanwhile, more details are emerging.
Where do they be finding these random? Look, hold on real quick, man. Where do they be finding these random black people at to be in the front of the line? Hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
Look, man, right there again.
There's some Africans that be coming over there.
Where do they be finding? Got him at the front. Like, look at all the distance between him and the other one, and then look at old boy back there with the white like gown on. Is another brother back there.
Here we go. Arab states say Palestinians must stay on their land as war escalates. They need to see something. They're telling you we need to see something.
Yeah. I think Egypt has already said that they're not coming over there. It's a bunch of
don't come.
Yeah, it's a bunch of countries that said don't come. So now think about this, right? Those countries are saying don't come to the Palestinians, but the United States is just opening the border and allowing the undocumented bros to come here. How crazy is that?
They said Arabs fear new permanent displacement of Palestinians. It sounds like they don't want them.
Nah, they don't want them. They want them to stay. They want them to stay and have sovereignty in their own country.
Doesn't it sound like they say, "Why'd you flee from? Don't flee from your homeland."
That's exactly what it sounds like. That's exactly what it sounds like to me. You know what I'm saying? Man, this is all very interesting.
Look at the sandals,
man.
Nigga got on the Nomad 3s. Where you get this shirt from, my G?
Man, I be trying to tell you about the fashion statements. Like
this nigga, these be clean. These be some of the cleanest terrorists I ever seen. You see some of the terrorists, them shits be clean. Oh my God.
Oh man.
And his hair, look at it, where he get the haircut.
Bro.
That shit look freshly lined. No, I don't want them shoes.
Oh man, that's wild, bro. That's wild. It's wild, man. It's wild. That's all I gotta say. It's just wild.
Guess.
The fashion statements be the craziest though. Look at old boy back there. He got Roland Martin's dashiki on. You see him? That's crazy.
That might be Loon. That might be Loon.
He need a girl to ride. Man, that's crazy, man.
Meanwhile, more details are emerging of the horror that took place Saturday in southern Israel during the unprecedented surprise Hamas attack. More than 100 bodies have been retrieved from Be'eri, an Israeli kibbutz near Gaza. That's about 10% of the kibbutz's total population. A number of residents from there remain unaccounted for, including the well-known 74-year-old Canadian-Israeli peace activist Vivian Silver, who is a member of Women Wage Peace and a former board member of the Israeli human rights group B'Tselem. Her son, Yonatan Zeigen, fears she has been taken hostage by Hamas. He spoke to ABC News.
I think this is exactly what she was working to prevent, all kind of war. It's it's not completely surprising, although it's very overwhelming, that we got to this point. These two people have been in a state of war for so long that this is the outcome. And this is what she was working to try to prevent. And I was raised on those values and on those aspirations.
We begin today's show in Gaza, where we're joined by Rafat El-Arir. He's a Palestinian academic and activist, the editor of the book Gaza Writes Back, co-editor of Gaza Unsilenced. In 2021, he wrote an op-ed in the New York Times headlined, "My child asks, can Israel destroy our building if the power is out?" That was 2 years ago, Rafat. Describe what's happening right now in Gaza.
Thank you, Amy, for having me, and thank you for this coverage. What's happening is what Israel has always worked to achieve. Israeli leaders and officials are speaking about sending Gaza to the Stone Ages. Israeli officials are speaking about destroying Gaza. They are focusing on damage and destruction rather than precision. We speak about whole blocks destroyed, all government buildings, 20 UN facilities, including schools and clinics, all the roads, all the all the roads leading to the major hospitals.
Culture, man. Black First, you know he out of line. Hey, Black First, you know you out of line. That's culture. That nigga cultural. What is this?
Oh man, I gotta agree with Charles. This conflict is nauseating. It will never end. It's been going on for a long time.
It's been going on for 75 years.
Yep.
Fuck, man. Just give them their country, see what happens. Let's go. Come on, let's get to the show.
Right. Shout out to Foxhole Fight Club. What's good with it?
I don't give a damn anyway, but let's. I'm trying to see something.
Right.
In the heart of Gaza City were destroyed. So Israel bombs Palestinian families as they sleep, as they stay in the safety, so to speak, of their home, and then bombs the ways that lead help and aid and ambulances to these areas, and then bombs the ambulances that try to help those people. That's why we have about 800 Palestinian casualties. We speak about more than 400 children, women, and elderly people. Most of them were killed in the safety of their homes without any prior warning. Not that any warning would justify this Israeli brutality. Israeli war criminals are speaking about Second World War level of destruction against the Gaza Strip. What is happening in Gaza is complete and utter extermination of the non-Jewish population in occupied Palestine. As you mentioned, Israel ordered a medieval hermetic siege from air and sea. Israel has also just bombed the only way out through Egypt, the Rafah crossing. The only way out is for what's happening. What we are foreseeing is slow starvation, slow genocide. Maybe Israel is going to push us all into the sea. And I think what is making it even more difficult than before is that the whole world, not even lip service, all American and European countries and politicians are rushing to pledge allegiance to Israel and to Netanyahu.
No, that's interesting, right? But see, here's the thing. Shout out to Jay Bird. Shout out to my man Black Star Racer. What's good with it, bro? The thing is that this is the problem, and this is what I keep saying about like how people got to call Palestinians out, because you come to the United States and decide to be anti-black, and now you're on a global scale dealing with what we're telling you about quote unquote Western countries and quote unquote Western people. And the thing that's even more interesting than that, right, is that as much as people say that white supremacy is global, you don't really see a lot of global emphasis on the effects, as far as like, you know, people doing commentary about it, the effects of how white supremacy does affect the entire globe. But a catchphrase is that white supremacy is global. You know what I'm saying? What you think about that?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What you
deep,
bro.
This rabbit hole is deep,
bro. Let's get it. Yo, throw some radiation emoji and some flames in the chat for Kid Gravity. Kid Gravity on fire today. So what's this about, bro? Tell us about this.
This is the State Department's statement on support for the Palestinian people. This was back in 2022.
Okay.
The Secretary, that's Blinken, will reaffirm the U.S. commitment to the Palestinian people and the administration's support for a lasting negotiated two-state solution. But then we see in 2016 they said no to a two-state. They abstained from the vote. Why did it change in 6 years?
Right.
I'm just curious. I want to see something. I want to see something real fast before you play that video again. I want to see if his man says something. Ooh, look, somebody they already putting up. See,
man, go do that. Hit that.
See,
yeah, we about to go into that
because you know what's going to happen. Palestinians have the rule on that land where they got the oil. That's why they don't want to do it.
Man, go into it, bro.
It's deep.
It's deep.
Let's see. We know this. Where is it? Here we go. I spent nearly 3 years at the Trump White House. You son of a bitch. Look who wrote this.
Who was that to spend all that time at the Trump
Look
White
who
House?
wrote this.
Wow.
Look who wrote.
Man, that's what that is. That one of your boy's cousins?
It might be.
I mean,
we're gonna look up Lex Luthor real quick.
Man, listen, man.
I keep man.
Bro, look, hey, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You know, whatever. Why do the media do this? Why do the media do this? Why do the media do that? Why do black people get kicked out of the media? Why do the celebrities act the way that celebrities act? The answers are all very simple. It's just it's just keeping people's attention on it to see, like, look, you have to look at this shit to connect the dots. The connect the dots is one of the most easy childhood activities that is available. It's easier than a crossword puzzle. It's easier than a word search. And yet, you know what I'm saying? Like, people don't like to connect the dots. We just ask why. Why? You know what I'm saying? This is why. You know what I'm saying? All of your whys are here. You know what I'm saying? Greenblatt.
But I always understood that among the many reasons it was unachievable then and unlikely to be for the foreseeable future was not just the seemingly unbridgeable positions on land. There you go. He's saying it out loud. Jerusalem and other well-known obstacles. Indeed, the peace plan we crafted was rejected by the Palestinian leadership in Ramallah before they even read it. Because they probably knew you was on some BS.
Well, and I mean, it probably should be both parties drafting it, not just one dictating it to the other.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's one thing that these people don't understand, that they don't seem to get. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like, you're not the authority. Like, you don't just get to draft something and say this is the acceptable solution for both of us. That's completely bypassing my review and analysis of it and whether I choose to accept or reject it. Like, what don't these people understand? That, like, they just can't do that. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, go ahead. I'm on a rant.
Yeah, it's all good. Even if we come up with a solution that was acceptable to the parties, though, there were still far too many Palestinians who were intent on doing them folk in and destroying the Jewish state of Israel. I love this statement. Israel cannot achieve peace with Palestinians when a segment of the Palestinian population still intends to destroy it. Huh. Okay.
So if there's a segment of the Palestinian population who still intends to destroy it, they should be able to, like, put up mugshots, do editorials and articles about each one of those particular pieces of society that wants to do it. They utilize a lot of blanket statements to cover and to also provide motive for a lot of things that they want to do on their own. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, we got 90 people watching. Shout out to everybody that's watching. If you guys haven't hit the like button, we got 76 likes. We can get those likes over 100 if everybody smashes the like button and shares the stream right now. So please take a moment and do that. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. This is They crack family. I gotta watch. I get it. We don't care. I get it, but it's best that we stay informed with this. You don't have to go in depth, but stay informed because this is how they're gonna try to play with us.
Right. Well. We don't care is a dog whistle for. I'm not even about to stay informed.
Mm-hmm.
So when people say they don't care, you know what I'm saying? We do all kind of shit that we don't care about. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care about gym class, but I had to take it to pass high school. I had to take it to pass school. Like that, we don't care bullshit. And Professor Black Truth actually like went into that. He did a whole video about that stupid ass we don't care shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just a dog whistle to blow off having to just take a brief scan of things in your environment. Because how did that work? Scan the environment, but then we don't care. This is environmental scanning. You know what I'm saying? But we don't care. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like people got to figure out what they want. And anybody who say that they don't care, they know they're saying they don't care just to simply be able to have the comfort of the choice of ignorance as far as how things apply in the way that the world works. Again, if white supremacy is global, we're not paying attention to what goes on the globe, because most of the stuff that people talk about on YouTube is local politics, you know what I'm saying, federal politics, and not very much geopolitics. White supremacy is global, but I ain't got time for what's going on in the globe. Like it's a double negative. It don't make any sense. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And you know they're never gonna admit that out loud.
Facts.
We in trouble. We in trouble. That damn white vote. I'm watching that white vote online, family.
Bro, they just do it. They just do anything. It doesn't matter to have no research.
They do anything. They just say anything.
Say anything. Yeah.
For engagement.
For engagement. Yeah. Anything. It doesn't matter. And what's even crazier is somebody will come out and say the most crazy thing, right? And then after somebody says the most crazy thing, millions of people, by their artificially AI boosted millions of subscribers and Twitter followers that they have, will literally back up and upvote and like and share everything that they said and be like, yeah, this person is speaking the truth. Like, really? They are? Are they? Speaking the truth about what? What are you speaking the truth about?
I don't know, man. He's just take lessons, family. Just take lessons, take notes. Because when y'all get y'all reparations, this is how they're gonna treat y'all.
Right, which is one of the reasons why one thing that people need to do is invest in industrial strength weapons, because that Iron Dome that Israel has, that's an industrial strength weapon. Everybody talks about black massacres and how these black massacres happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet and still nobody talks about anti-white supremacy defense systems. You know what I'm saying? But this ain't got shit to do with us. Well, you wouldn't be, if you're looking at shit that ain't got shit to do with us, you would never even hear the word defense system, because that's geopolitics, and geopolitics ain't got shit to do with us, because the undocumented bros are, you know what I'm saying, like at a shelter near you. You know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is, man. Like what needs to happen, which will happen, is that the new quote unquote warrior class, quote unquote, are the people who are thinkers like you. You know what I'm saying? Like Tori and Rain.
Like
you know what I'm saying? Like Professor Black Truth. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
TD. And the big brawny, you know what I'm saying, physical muscular skeletal system warriors in a world of technology will become irrelevant. And the new warrior class are the innovators, the brain children. You know what I'm saying? The people that
that'll be a new labor class.
Yeah, facts. And the thing is that people are not able to see that on the horizon, so they're not adjusting their worldview to accommodate for the shift in paradigm. And what will happen is the same thing that happened to the dinosaurs. It is what it is.
Shout out to the dinosaurs. They need to come back.
You remember dinosaurs on TGIF? I'm the baby, gotta love me.
Yeah, that was a dark ass show.
That show was wild, man.
Mm-hmm. This is, I don't know, man. You motherfuckers, boy. These motherfuckers out here, they gonna get us killed. Just to prove that they were right.
Yeah, bro. You know, Neely Fuller Jr. said it. It's basically a suicide mission. It's ironic that like a lot of these people literally just sit up there and talk about jihads all day when literally that's exactly what the current state of the world is a WS jihad that's nonstop accelerating at a ridiculous rate of speed.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
They don't give a fuck.
Nah,
they're not gonna care. How much money am I gonna get out of this, and how much media attention I'm gonna get? You saw your boy Greenblatt. He spent a whole week on TV. Now they're like, all right, you good,
right? Man, it's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah. Is it ridiculous, or is it the world is correct?
As the world is correct. Everything about the world is correct. You know what I'm saying? There's like the world is within a physical system of laws of physics, laws of nature, laws of biology, laws of psychology, which is a derivative of biology. Everything works based on a pattern, predictable action reaction exchange, which means that nothing that has happened is not something that's supposed to happen. You just have to go back and look and see what all of the elements were that created the causal elements to whatever the current effect is that we're either living through or witnessing. But a lot of times people don't want to do that. They don't want to do the thorough research, or they're not emotionally invested, or they don't have the integrity to want to do that. So it is what it is. And we get a lot of misinformation based on a lot of commentary on subjective reality and post-truth, commentary. You know what I'm saying?
Can we make an appeal to the Most High?
Go ahead.
November 5th, Most High. Can we get a couple of these folk, a lot of these folk, I should say, can we get them crying on film? Can we get that? I need that.
You know them black conservatives gonna be crying.
Oh, I told you, even if he wins, it don't matter. We need solutions at that point. You get another 2 months, and then January 20th come. I'll give you January 21st. We better start hearing some solutions.
Yeah, I agree. Or either we don't even need them to come up with solutions. We can come up with our own solutions, and they just need to put our solutions through, which we know that they're not going to do. So then we just need to start, executing our own plans, executing our own solutions.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because if it's one thing that the political system should have shown people over the last 60 years is that the political system has not only no interest in making wrongs right, but they have no interest in being a support system to perpetuating us to have a normal life in the United States. That's not something that the American political system is invested in. So then at that point, when you come to peace and understand that that's nothing that the United States is invested in, then you have to ask yourself, how invested are we in it? Because the first deposit on the investment of us, you know what I'm saying, being interested in that is to accept and realize the fact that the United States government is anti-black. And in an anti-black government, you're constantly under attack. It may look different than attacks that you see globally, but make no mistake, you know what I'm saying, we're under attack. We're under siege. You know what I'm saying? There's issues with water in Flint and Jacksonville and all these different places. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it may not look as dramatic currently, and then sometimes there are issues where it does look as dramatic, but this is going on with us as well. And so you got to ask yourself, what's the investment? To me, you know what I'm saying, I'm not going to ask the firing squad how to help me stay alive. I'm not going to do that. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter any amount of shaming that anybody may do, you know what I'm saying, to try to make me feel that I'm incorrect about that. But somebody that has a gun pointed at my head, I'm not going to ask that person, what can I do to stay alive longer? And that's what we got the situation of here in the United States. Yeah, exactly.
It's definitely preservation of life.
Facts.
These motherfuckers, I hate them. Well, you know what we got to do, family. Power tools.
Big facts.
Make sure you have your power tools ready.
Big facts. Industrial strength weapons, bro. I tell people.
because I gotta go soon. But I just want to say this. Hey, Africans, I hope y'all watching this. Because just like we've pointed out, they're showing y'all, they're not showing us.
Right.
We saw what happened last year when they showed y'all weak. Now they're showing y'all subservient to the Arab world. I think y'all need to come outside and have a unified statement.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that would be a bad idea at all.
Because we know why they're doing that, because we see Africa is starting to wake up.
Yeah. Yeah, big facts.
So, you know.
Big facts.
When did that war pop off again? Last Saturday?
Yeah, I think on here they said it was a week ago, and I think it was either like Saturday morning, like in the AM, or like late Friday night. I can't remember, but it was definitely last week sometime. And it's still going strong, man. People still interested in it. As you can see, people still like are following this very closely. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm trying to find out what happened the day before. Ooh. No, that was 5 days ago. Never mind. Yeah, I might have to go down that rabbit hole tonight.
Shout out to Khaled. Khaled says they're on day 7 with this war. Day 7 with the war, bro.
So it started on the 8th. Okay.
Started on the 8th. Yeah. Started on the 8th. See, man, I'm telling we was going in like this when it was Russia versus Ukraine, when that was in the news cycle. You know what I'm saying?
And you know how they love to play that video? Oh boy, it's like we need Black Americans to come help us. And we're like, huh?
Yeah.
Now you want help?
Right. Shout out to Black Star Racer. Black Star Racer said there's no coverage of that coup in Africa as of late. Bro, if you there's a membership video on this channel that's from a couple of days ago about the coup in Africa. But if you're subscribed to the channel, my channel on YouTube called Auditing Africa, there's a recent live stream, I want to say from maybe about 3 days ago, where we covered a lot of that stuff going on the coup in Africa, if you're interested. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta agree with Alonda, and that's what you were going into, KG. Western powers are mad that Africa hasn't taken any sides yet, and I'm honestly not mad at Africa. That
no, just stay out of this.
Africa should take the side of Africa and get their economy together, and they should do the whole cut off supplies to the rest of the world thing. You know what I'm saying?
I keep saying, hey, if y'all really want to show people you got power, be like, hey, put everything out there, tell them what you got, and be like, who paying me the most?
Right.
And you ain't getting shit in return.
Right. Big facts.
Yeah, but well, you know they ain't gonna do it.
Nah, they not.
Except for like 4 countries.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, you do know Africa Union at some point admitted Israel as a member. South Africa was one of the few that
I did that. I did that in stream. I did that in the stream a few months back.
Wow.
Yeah, they're like a voting. Is it what was it? Voting member? Yeah, I think they're like a voting member. Like they have observer status, but they can vote on shit.
This kind of stuff right here, war support and whose sides is anybody gonna take? I want people to understand that this is the same thing that they do to us as far as the Democrats and Republicans. What Africa should do as far as any kind of business relationship or quote unquote taking sides is whoever your allies are that have actually been allies.
That's to you. What it was. My bad. They suspended them. That's what it was. They said they suspended it. And that's what it was. And I was loving that shit.
Wait, what? They suspended Israel?
They suspended Israel from their observer status.
Oh wow.
Yes, it was right here. And it would cause an uproar.
Oh, I bet it did. Yo, go into that, bro. Yo, you said you gotta get out of here.
Yeah,
that might be something that you want to do a stream on, though. You know what I'm saying?
I did this already. I gotta try to find it. Maybe I'll just clip it out. Yeah, this was interesting.
Good look.
Wait, did I do it? Well, let me just finish this. But go ahead.
No. I was just saying, good look, shooting me that in the back chat, because I'm definitely gonna look into this and probably actually do a stream on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you know what I've been doing though, bro? I've been experimenting with with YouTube
Mushrooms.
and using those cards. Nah.
Yeah, no, the cards work.
Using those. Yeah. So and you can do the cards like across the channels. So like if you got a video about this, like when I do my live stream, I'll put a card reference to your video that you did in it. You know what I'm saying? So people can go check out
I did
that video for more. You know what I'm saying?
Here it is.
Yeah. Oh, you okay.
I did it
You
back
did a
in
video about this?
February. Yeah, back in February.
Yeah, I missed that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so cool. Okay.
Yeah, it was so I think I laughed like 3 times in there.
Bro, that's wild. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, open link in new tab. I'm gonna throw that over here.
Israel has no God. They don't recognize that God. No, they don't recognize Jesus.
Yeah, they don't believe in a second. Well, they don't believe that Jesus has come a first time. So they don't believe in the second coming by default. Then
Yeah. Well, they got to rectify that. There was a joke. There was something I was gonna say fucked up there, but I bit my tongue and it hurt.
Man, that's wild, man.
Now, here's a question for you before I go. Who's the first celebrity gonna have boots on the ground over there?
Who's the first celebrity that's gonna have boots on the ground over there? Probably Chris Rock.
He ain't that dumb. That man just got finished getting rescued in Vegas. He's not that dumb.
Bro, you know, Will Smith got that nuclear hand. They might take him over there. Go slap a couple people.
He's been through enough. He's been through enough. Do you see it? What? Oh God. What is this? Wow, Chicago. Y'all gotta go. Oh my God.
Oh, you talking about the resolution that they made condemning?
No, it says emergency protest all out for Palestine. They did this yesterday.
They did a shout out to YGLTB1 because he dropped that in the chat for us a couple streams back. But Chicago did a resolution.
I just looked at the caption, bruh.
Put it up on the screen.
Bruh. Why is BLM trying to make a comeback?
Because this is popping right now.
Who? Oh God. No, but okay, you want to see some mammyism.
No, but go ahead.
We will be with our comrades who are always with us. Pals are super fun. Also, Black women who are into men, no judgment. There will be lots of our very handsome Palestinian brothers who believe it is their duty to protect and listen to Black women. Y'all got to be trolling.
Yo, look at what the white lady said. LOL, Palestinians hate blacks too.
Got to be trolling. They gotta be trolling.
Oh man.
Y'all not. Y'all gotta be trolling. Look at this. You're in America. There's no E in judgment, but I'm sure your degree you earned in prison didn't teach you that.
Yeah, her first thing that she wrote was Palestinians hate Black people too, which she's talking about herself. So that like she's saying like I hate Black people, right? She's saying this white lady, and Palestinians hate them also, like how I do. You know what I'm saying?
I think I've seen this chick before. Let me see. I think she went in on George Floyd.
Oh, of course she did.
Let me see something. I ain't gonna do no video on her. That'd be too damn easy. Oh, maybe she might have deleted it. All right.
I mean, that's literally all. Like, you know, when it comes to white people, they believe that George Floyd is the only Black person.
Whatever. She ain't something about that, but she said something about reparations.
Of course she did. I mean, I said, bruh, seriously? Yeah, of course you did. See, but we're the only group of people, right? And nobody can escape this. We're the only group of people that, like, you know, kind of just sidestep what other people got going on and say this ain't got nothing to do with us. Literally everybody is all in our business all the time. All the time. Everybody has the strongest opinions about our business. And instead of dealing with that and confronting that, You know what I'm saying? There's always a reason to beef with somebody else that has slight ideological differences. You know what I'm saying? Or what'll end up happening is it's just, oh, well, that's not an issue that has to do anything with me. That's why I go in on these cats all the time. People like her. You know what I'm saying?
Must be nice.
I mean, like quote unquote, like reparations should be a white issue because it's going to be coming out of white people's pockets, and it's white people who have benefited from slavery and all of that, right? So okay, so you're speaking on it, right? But you're not speaking on it in an honest way. You're speaking on it in a dishonest way, agenda-driven way to attempt to maintain the racial hierarchy.
Ooh,
you know what I'm saying?
she's so witty. Yeah, you fried off. You. This is an early Halloween picture, I guess.
It's AI.
I guess. Lord have mercy.
But we should start, and this is one of the reasons why I keep going in on the opiate epidemic and on the methadone clinics. You know what I'm saying? Because
why do y'all get these check marks and your shit don't move?
Bruh.
Okay.
When people start hitting back the way that they get hit, you know what I'm saying? I guarantee you things have changed. You'll stop seeing all this little, you know what I'm saying, all this little bold shit.
I guess.
I'm telling you.
I don't know, fam. Yeah, what's the names that talked about Torah? Yo, they going in on that thing, boy. Torah versus the Talmud. Oh man. Yeah, they putting out that Torah Judaism page. Yo, they put out that shit, boy. I'm surprised they still got their thing up. And Jonathan like ain't said that yet.
It's Elon Musk. You know, anything goes. It's the Wild Wild X.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? It's the Wild Wild just the Wild Wild X. So anything goes, which ain't bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. All right, let me get up out of here.
All right, bro. Well, hey, make sure you guys show Kid Gravity some love. Make sure y'all subscribe to his channel if y'all not subscribed either. And yeah, man, you already know we gonna definitely get it together on like a stream where we actually put like a show together and talk about like all of the history and all of that stuff, the religion aspects and all that. That's gonna be a dope show.
That's got to be Rumble exclusive because the shit we got to talk about. You know they're gonna get us.
Oh yeah, you already know. So that's why y'all got to make sure that y'all subscribe to Rumble.
Yeah, and the thing I put back there. That's the show tomorrow.
Oh, okay, bet you could. Oh, you know what? You probably don't have your phone because you in the StreamYard studio. All right, cool. Hold on real quick. Let me I'm about to grab.
How do you want to go to this motherfucker?
Bro, I'm telling you, man.
I got a few more weeks of school left and I pass that test and I'm done. I can leave that motherfucker. It's gonna be so much fun.
Bro, I know you can't wait.
I can't wait.
I know you can't wait.
I don't know what that hybrid work situation look like. Maybe I can get lucky and get a remote job.
Right. Let me see. Hold on. KGs.
This motherfucker got the 85 computer.
Me?
Yeah.
I got a desktop. I got a desktop and I got a laptop.
This man got Lego sized keys on his computer.
On my one computer, on the old computer, bro, the one that I like using. Now I got like
his startup screen says "Thank you, Al Gore,"
and it got the printer with the green paper with the green lines on it. People don't remember that.
Oh my god!
How many of y'all remember the printer paper with green lines? Y'all don't even know what I'm talking about. They young in here.
They still got that Mavis.
I'm glad. I'm actually glad I got a young subscriber base, bro. You know what I'm saying? Got some on the analytics that like 18 to 25 range. Like that's what's good, man. To me, if you ask me, like that's important.
RJ Quick, you hear him? Black people are too divided. We not divided. See, this is what y'all think. Listen, let me tell you something. I'm gonna get out of here soon, but we're not divided. We know exactly where we gotta go. And we're finding out very quickly who ain't with us. And we notice we're not really arguing no more.
Right.
We just gonna put up the information. We're gonna show you the truth and we're gonna keep it moving.
Well, check this out though. If we're divided, right, maybe we need to start going to war with each other because white people are actually deleting each other and shooting missiles at each other and bombing each other, and they run the world.
Yep.
So when people say that point about black people are divided, I'll be like, okay, like we're divided, which honestly, ideologically, we should be, because we're not a monolith. You know what I'm saying? But white people are literally genociding each other, and they run the world. So when people bring up the black people are divided talking point, I don't know. I mean, okay, like, yeah, people are divided. Some people like the Lakers, some people like the Celtics. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Now I gotta go.
All right, bro. Well, make sure y'all give Kid Gravity a round of applause. Thank you for your time, sir. We definitely appreciate your contribution to the chat. And for people that are interested in subscribing to Kid Gravity, the premier link to his stream that he's doing is in the chat. And also the description box has him tagged. You know what I'm saying? So make sure y'all show him some love. Definitely appreciate having him on. So we're going to get back to this. We're going to check this out real quick. All right. And real quick, shout out to everybody, man. Y'all killing it in the chat. We got 85 people in the building, and we got 96 likes. If everybody can take a moment, bang on that like button, and get us to 150, that'd be great.
Israeli American politicians, American presidential hopefuls are literally calling for genocide. American mainstream media is not pushing back against Israeli officials, calling for the collateral damage of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza. Why is this happening? Because we refuse to live under occupation. We refuse to live in total submission. We want.
So that's interesting, right? He says that we refuse to live in occupation. We refuse to live in total submission. You know what I'm saying? That those are interesting words. Let me ask you guys a question. Where have you guys heard that from before? Have you guys ever heard any words that sound like that before? Now, once we get through this video, there's some new coverage that has come out about civilian casualties that I think that you guys will find interesting. So we're going to talk about that, and then we're going to get back into that article about China.
Want freedom. We want this occupation to end. This is not a state of war, as one of your guests just mentioned. This is a state of occupation that started over 75 years. That started with the British Empire giving Palestine to the Zionist movement.
Oh, now we're about to get into it, because he's about to go into some interesting history. Now, this is what everybody talks about in the chat, so it's going to be interesting to listen to this. And then once we listen to that, we got some more stuff that we're going to listen to. All right. So peep game on this. And again, I forget who it was. Shout out to whoever it was in the chat. They said it's interesting how a lot of this stuff is a result of what went on in Great Britain and what Great Britain did. And now Britain has completely washed their hands of the situation. That's wild. That's extremely wild.
Just mentioned, this is a state of occupation that started over 75 years. That started with the British Empire giving Palestine to the Zionist movement in 1917.
And Rafat, you mentioned the Gaza's border with Egypt. What has been the response of the Egyptian government to that border crossing, which, as we understand, is also bombed by Israel as well?
I'm not following closely because we barely have any electricity or internet. But what I heard is that the Rafah border is now closed, so people cannot leave. And also, when we talk about people leaving.
So now here's my question. How many people believe that the United States will be involved in a World War III? If you guys believe that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys do not believe that, then give me a thumbs down. Now, here's my question. And I had asked this question yesterday, but I want to ask this question again. And I want to kind of gauge what people have going on or what people are thinking. If a war takes place in the United States and borders get closed down or things get shut down or people aren't able to mobilize or get out of the country or even get out of a city or a locality or a state, how do people plan on dealing with that? That's my question for you guys. So let me know you guys' answers to those questions.
Very few people in Gaza have visas or passports that would allow them to leave. I'm reading a report just now that Israel is even warning to strike any aid coming from the Egyptian side into Gaza. So with no food, no electricity, and no water, we can only expect what Israel has been working to achieve, what Israel and Israeli officials and politicians are promising now. Some are calling for striking Gaza with a nuclear bomb. Can you imagine that? And many other Israeli officials are using Nazi discourse and Nazi language, talking about Palestinians as savages and animals that need to be exterminated. And
now let me ask you guys a question. So this is interesting, right? What he's talking about as far as them talking about them in terms of being animals and savages and needing to be exterminated. How many reports have we done where we showed that being talked about? And the mainstream media was talking about that. And I told people, pay very close attention to the dehumanizing language that the mainstream media is using when talking about a particular side of this situation. Do you guys remember that? If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't remember that, give me a thumbs down. And shout out to DSB. What's good with it, bro?
now some are calling for striking Gaza with a nuclear bomb. Can you imagine that? And many other Israeli officials are using Nazi discourse and Nazi language, talking about Palestinians as savages and animals that need to be exterminated, and that Gaza needs to be turned into a parking lot. This is what we are dealing with. We're dealing with,
and that's big facts. Deneen coming in with the heavy facts. Deneen said the U.S. assumed responsibility that should have been taken by Great Britain. They caused this mess. I agree. If you guys agree with Deneen, give me a flame in the chat. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. I agree.
A systematic, structural, colonial attempts to annihilate and exterminate the Palestinians with the aid and support of the West and American tax money. America is sending $8 billion.
So this don't have nothing to do with us. Money has to do with us, right? The question is, where's our reparation money? Don't have nothing to do with us. You know what I'm saying? Where's our reparation money?
With the aid and support of the West and American tax money. America is sending $8 billion.
$8 billion that didn't just come out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? That $8 billion came out of taxpayer dollars. Now, here goes my question. How many studies do you guys think were written? How many studies do you think were written? And how long did it take in legislation for them to pass the approval to send out that $8 billion? You guys think that happened pretty quickly? Or do you guys think that it didn't happen very quickly at all? No study, no House resolutions, probably. Shout out to my man Leonard. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to John. What's good with it, bro? Seriously, here's where the money is going. So as we're looking at this, and a lot of this stuff, this even goes back to the Kanye West and Kyrie Irving situations. Yeah, facts. And Professor Black Truth did a video about that. Professor Black Truth did a video about the AIPAC. So now look at what civilians here are going through, dealing with an oppressive apartheid state in a full-blown military conflict. You know what I'm saying? A full-blown military conflict. Now, remember, extra political means, right? Now, here's my question. What would that look like in the United States? And remember, pay very close attention to whose side the United States is always on. People who are allies are not only allies in most cases, but they're ideological peers. Once in a blue moon, you have people that are completely on opposite sides that develop friendships and relationships. You know, sometimes you had that, right? You had that, you know, Magneto, Professor Xavier type relationship, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. But in most cases, people that join together for specific causes, in most cases, are ideological peers. You have to ask yourself the question, why is the United States an ideological peer with a country that's involved in this? Ask yourself that question. Ask yourself the question why celebrities would take paychecks from people who are ideological peers with this kind of belief. So now when people say, you know, well, we have to do this, no, our celebrities they're gone. We don't have celebrities. We don't have celebrities. This is what people need to understand. Like, we don't have celebrities. Those celebrities are Halloween costumes and are actually political puppets and representatives of what you see here. Us don't have celebrities. Celebrities that people have, like Torian Rain is a celebrity. Why is Torian Rain a celebrity? Torian Rain is a celebrity because people trust the information that he provides on YouTube. Professor Black Truth is a celebrity because people trust the information and the integrity that he brings with the information that he has. You know what I'm saying? TD is a celebrity because TD brings news that's important for people, and people trust the information and the integrity that he brings with the information, and that he tailors it in a way where people can digest it and listen to him. And because out of all of those people that I just listed, we made those people relevant. We set the standards of those people being a gold standard. Philip Scott, people like that. Those are celebrities because those are people that we respect based on our criteria. Those other people get a paycheck from them folks. Now, we know that when you're dealing with people on YouTube, you know, there's ad revenue involved and different things like that. And I don't think, I'm pretty sure Professor Black Truth's channel is not monetized. I think he gets all of his stuff, you know, from like, you know, Patreon or, you know, whatever contributions people send him, you know, Cash App, because I think he's got the Cash App there. But people like that get their support from the people that they care about and the people that they make content about, or people that they make content for. That's why there's the agenda. There is no agenda. The agenda is to provide the best, most informative, empowering information that you can have. There's no puppet strings. I mean, maybe somebody may say YouTube is a puppet string. Yeah, YouTube has certain parameters that we can't go within or without. You know what I'm saying? But these are where the real celebrities are developed. Everybody else is on somebody else's payroll. I don't mess with nobody else that's on somebody else's payroll. I mess with people who either I'm paying or people that have I've taken a examination of, and in my eyes they have integrity and are working for stuff that I can get behind. And this is what, if you ask me, a campaign that people need to go on is to reject celebrities, reject athletes, reject politicians. Those are not our celebrities. They're not our politicians. They're not our athletes. These are athletes that are bought and literally bought and paid. If you get a paycheck, you're bought. If you have a contract, you're bought. You cost that amount of money, so somebody bought you. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. What's good with it, bro? So this is what I'm saying. People ask all these questions. Well, why this? Why that? Why does LeBron James this? Look at who he's getting the money from. He's getting the money from the same people that Nikki Haley getting the money from. So this should be obvious. You got to understand the strategies and understand the mechanisms and understand the psychology, and then you won't have to waste time with asking these questions. You will just understand how things work on a visceral level. That's one of the reasons why when we was talking about that guy, Sure Michael, I was like, man, I can only imagine what this dude said. No sooner than that, Kid Gravity came into the stream. We talked about some of the comments that he made about reparations. I could tell based on how this dude was acting, based on his behavior schematic, because human behavior is inescapable. And human behavior is very predictable. Human machinery works off of programming. You know what I'm saying? So if you understand the program, then you understand what the machine is going to do. Would you guys agree with that? If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So what's important is for people to start understanding the global machine that is on autopilot right now. You know what I'm saying?
That need to be exterminated, and that Gaza needs to be turned into a parking lot. This is what we are dealing with. We're dealing with a systematic, structural, colonial attempts to annihilate and exterminate the Palestinians with the aid and support of the West and American tax money. America is sending $8 billion. This is really insane. America is also sending warships and bombs and bullets for Israel to kill more and more Palestinians.
And what are you asking for people in other parts of the world and other governments to do?
I think the governments are not only complicit or giving the green light, they are participating actively. The shameful statement from France, Italy, UK, and Germany.
Now, see, here goes my thing, right? Like I said, they have one of the most highly advanced, the most technologically advanced militaries in the world. I'm sure they have units like the Navy SEALs. You know what I'm saying? They have specialty squads like, you know, the Marines or something like that. If they know where all of these people are, send a special unit in there to get them. But that's not the point of what they want to do. How many movies have we seen where, like, oh, there's a special group, you know, like even a TV show, The A-Team with Mr. T, right? A special military group trained for special missions. Okay, it sounds like a damn special mission to me. Got a couple hostage situations, had him get in and get out. But that's not what they want to do. There's not a desire to do that. The desire is to do what you see going on right now. That's what the desire is. The desire is to do what you see going on right now. So now all of the allies, right? Which look at all of the allies, right? Everybody that's on board with this, everybody that's making all these statements, everybody that's doing all this stuff, you know what I'm saying? They're allies. Look at all of the assets and machinery that these people have that they can make work for them at the spare of the moment. The media, the other governments, you know what I'm saying? Social media, you can't say certain things. I'm going to pass House resolutions. Look at all of that. This is what I'm saying about value chains. We got to start creating value chains and linking the value chains together. You know what I'm saying? We got to start creating value chains and linking the value chains together. Once you've created a very long and multi-pronged value chain, it's easy to convert that value chain into an industrial strength weapon to be able to accomplish extra political means. Sometimes extra political means coincide with political means. In order to do that, you have to have these entities, these industrial strength tools, these industrial strength machines working together simultaneously. You know what I'm saying? You guys have to put together the engineering plan. Would you guys agree or would you guys disagree?
Germany and America the other night was a hideous attempt to justify Israeli massacres and genocide taking place in Gaza. We have no hope in these countries. We have no hope in these governments. At least now the only hope we have is in the growing popular support in America, in the movements the movements, the human rights. And
so now you hear this, right? You hear this. So when people now, okay, so we talk about culture vulturing, right? And I'm not saying that this Palestinian academic is a culture vulture. I'm not saying that. Okay. I don't know this man. You know what I'm saying? As far as I'm concerned, he's an intelligent individual that has a lot to say, and he's contributed a lot of information that I didn't know about to the stream. I don't know this man. I'm not going to judge his character. But what I'm talking about in context of what we talk about, right? Culture vulturing, attaching to movements, right? Understand what he just said. This is what everybody be talking about, oh, if it wasn't for the civil rights movement, right? Oh, the civil rights movement changed the world. If we have movements here in the United States that change the world, how is it that then we can then turn around and look at what goes on in the world and say, that ain't got nothing to do with us? What he's talking about right now are black movements. We don't have any hope except for the movement in America. He's talking about the civil rights movement. He's talking about Black Lives Matter before it became a joke. That's what he's talking about. Shout out to Mastermind Hour. What's good with it, bro? Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I'm going to let y'all listen to this so that y'all can hear it again. And shout out to everybody that's in the chat. We almost got 100 people in here. That's what's up. Smash that like button, share the stream. You know what I'm saying? If you're not subscribed, hit the bell. Let's try to get 100 people up in here.
Are not only complicit or giving the green light, they are participating actively. The shameful statement from France, Italy, UK, and Germany and America the other night was a hideous attempt to justify Israeli massacres and genocide taking place in Gaza. We have no hope in these countries. We have no hope in these governments. At least now, the only hope we have is in the growing popular support in America, in the movements the movements, the human rights and the rights movements in America and across Europe.
Boom. So now, let me ask you guys a question. I want you guys to name who he's talking about. What is he talking about? The human rights, civil rights movements in America. Now, I'm going to give him a pass. Clearly, English isn't his, you know what I'm saying, first language. So he might not, he might not be, saying civil right. He might be using civil rights and human rights, indiscriminately. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to give him a pass, right? Regardless of the pass, who is he talking about? What is he talking about? Exactly, Torian. And that's that remnant. That's that remnant anti-blackness. And that's why I keep saying, when it comes to this, we gotta call out the Palestinians for why do you get over here being anti-black when you're in your homeland under siege, sitting up there talking about the only hope that you have is what black people are doing here in the United States. You know what I'm saying? He said exactly. My bad, Mastermind Hour. But y'all can answer that question in the comment section, though. Right, Torian. He said human rights movement. He said human rights movement. Now, this is what I want to ask y'all. Who is he talking about, and what is he talking about? Now, we did that video where we talked about this yesterday, right? Thank you, Deneen. This is what I'm saying. That's their only hope, our civil rights movement. Wow, let that marinate. Then got the nerve to come here and be anti-black. That's why I keep saying that. You said this. This is a Palestinian academic. The biggest hope that we have is not the dishonest Western media and the dishonest Western countries. The biggest hope we have is the people in the United States who are the moral compass of the world. You know what I'm saying? The most impactful people in the world. That's the biggest hope that you have. And this is what I'm saying. So now all these other groups of people will sit here and talk about how bad black people are, and 13% of the population commits 55% of the crime. Well, how about 13% of the population is responsible for 100% of the world's human rights? You won't hear about that anywhere. And we didn't do it with missiles and tanks. You know what I'm saying? We did it with that swag. We did it with that swag to the point where Palestinian academics named Rafat Alarir are quoting it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Pay very close attention to this.
This is really insane. America is also sending warships and bombs and bullets for Israel to kill more and more Palestinians.
And what are you asking for people in other parts of the world and other governments to do?
I think the governments are not only complicit or giving the green light, they are participating actively. The shameful statement from France, Italy, UK, and Germany and America the other night was a hideous attempt to justify Israeli massacres and genocide taking place in Gaza. We have no hope in these countries. We have no hope in these governments. At least now, the only hope we have is in the growing popular support in America, in the movements, the movements, the human rights and the rights movements in America and across Europe, to take to the streets, to pressure their politicians into putting an end to this dark.
Yo, shout out to y'all. We finally broke the algorithm. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat for yourselves. We got 101 people watching. Make sure that you guys smash that like button real quick. If you guys haven't hit that like button, we got 109 likes. We got to try to get up to 150. I don't know if you guys realize this, but there was one of the videos I put it on members only, and the reason why I put it on members only is because they age restricted it, so it's not gone. It's on members only. And remember, all the videos are available on Rumble. You know, everything that's not Patreon and members only, but the public videos are all available on Rumble. So if y'all see a video that y'all wanted to watch and it disappears, is because YouTube age restricted it. So I put it on members only. And more than likely, if it was a video that was public and it disappeared, it's on Rumble. So if you make sure y'all subscribe to Rumble.
Episode of not only the history of the Middle East, but also the history of humanity. If people are asking how was the Holocaust allowed and other genocides in Africa and across the world, now you can see this live on TV, live on social media. Palestinians, whole blocks destroyed, hospitals, schools, businesses. We are speaking about thousands and thousands of housing units destroyed by Israel. So my message to the free people of the world is to move, to pressure, to mobilize, and to take to the streets.
Now, here goes my question, right? When it comes to the mainstream media coverage of this, have you seen any direct military clashes, or have you just seen a bunch of shout out to my man DeAndre, what's good with it, bro? Or have you just seen a bunch of war-torn civilian areas with just regular everyday Palestinians running up and down the street? Where's the direct military confrontations? Where's the head-to-head? Isn't that interesting how we don't see any of that?
You are the father of 6. How old are your children? And can you describe what it's like to live there right now? Now, Israel says that it has 1,500 dead Hamas fighters. That's outside of Gaza. The number inside Gaza is nearing 800. Describe the bombing strikes now. This is before Israel does what it's threatening to do, which is lace complete siege. They've said they've cut off electricity, they've cut off gas, food, etc.
Now, let me ask you guys this. Is there more people who are part of Hamas, or are there more civilians? Shout out to Gregory Calloway. What's good with it, bro? Which group has the higher number? Palestinian civilians? Are there more Palestinian civilians, or are there more people in Hamas? Yeah, I agree. Propaganda in war is like milk and cookies. Big facts, bro. Speaking of milk and cookies, man, you just made me have a taste for some damn duplex cookies. I might have to go and go snatch some up real quick. With some almond milk, because I don't mess with dairy too much no more. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. More civilians. So now let me ask you guys a question. Who's being hurt the most by the siege? If you cut off food and water, say, for instance, there's 1,000 people in an area and 5 people in a terrorist group, and you cut off the food and water to those 1,000 people, who gets hurt the most? The terrorist group, who can probably rob the 1,000 people and steal their shit and keep themselves alive, or the regular people? Just understand, this is the way that they're the way that they're going about this. Remember, the United States and Israel are ideological peers, which means that they don't have any issue treating us like this if something like this were to happen. They have no issue with it whatsoever. They would literally do this to any one of us in a drop of a dime. If there were something like let's just say, for instance, a World War III scenario took place where North Korea, China, and Russia were going heads up with the United States, and you already know, in a World War III situation with the United States, our allies aren't going to have, our alleged allies aren't going to have our back. We've been bankrolling all of these people for all these years. No one's going to have our back. It's going to be just us. What's the point of them having our backs anyway? We the ones with all the firepower, so ain't even no point. They're just going to get in the way. You know what I'm saying? So think about that. You guys remember on that movie, A Day After Tomorrow? Wait, no, what was that? The day after? Was that The Day After Tomorrow? What was that movie about the weather changes? The Day After Tomorrow? Was that the name of that movie? And all of the storms and the hurricanes. Remember, they had the snow hurricanes, and they had torn, and all the crazy weather patterns had destroyed the United States. And so all the people from the United States, all the Americans, were running to the southern border to try to get out of the United States. What they say in Mexico? They shut off the border. They didn't let the people from the United States come in. And the United States literally had nothing in place to help the people. Day After Tomorrow. Okay, that's what I thought. Good looking, Fafo. What's good with you, by the way, bro? So remember, the United States is ideological peers, which means that they probably share ideas and think tanks when it comes to writing similar policies. So everything that we see going on is something that could potentially be going on here. And pay attention to how the government does. The government is going to get the resources for itself first. I think there was a time in American history where the government actually went around and took the United States citizens' gold from them and never gave it back. You know what I'm saying? They will do that. They will declare at particular points military rule. You know what I'm saying? Enact government agencies, and basically it'll turn into, you know, like a Judge Dredd type situation. All of the structure and framework is in place for that to be done at the drop of a dime. You know what I'm saying? The evidence is out there. All you got to do is just look at the executive orders that have been put in place. Organizations like the one that begins with an F. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jay Bird. He back.
Strikes now. This is before Israel does what it's threatening to do, which is lace complete siege. They've said they've cut off electricity, they've cut off gas, food, etc. But actually, ground troops moving in.
Shout out to DSB. DSB said you got to check out the movie 2012. That's a good movie. That movie 2012 is actually based off of the end of reality date that they calculated from the Mayan short calendar. I don't know if you guys how many people heard about the Mayan short calendar? If you guys know about the Mayan short calendar, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down. But that's where they got that 2012. The idea for the 2012 movie is from the Mayans have this calendar that people found, and it's called the Mayan short count calendar. That was based on that. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, this has been systematically happening for over seven decades. It was the noose around Gaza's neck was tightened 15 years ago, and it's being tightened even further now. The situation is unspeakable. You can't describe what's happening in words. We speak about thousands, hundreds, and thousands of Israeli bombs.
Listen, man, it's all kind of movies that's based on actual shit. You know how they do. You know how they do, Jay Bird. It's all good. It's all kind of facts. It's all kind of movies based on shit. Listen, man, allegedly during the Eisenhower presidency, there was insane, crazy stuff that allegedly occurred, right? And allegedly there was quote unquote material that was found, quote unquote. And this material, I guess, was like saran wrap that was invincible, right? That particular quote unquote conspiracy theory is what the movie The Day the World Stood Still was based on. Quote unquote, allegedly, quote unquote, the Men in Black, quote unquote, allegedly is allegedly based on, quote unquote, an actual secret organization called, quote unquote, the Men in Black, quote unquote. Allegedly, ET allegedly is based off of a quote unquote entity, quote unquote, that was discovered, quote unquote, during a specific event that took place, quote unquote, in Roswell, New Mexico, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you go and look at the credits that roll on a lot of these movies, a lot of these people used to work for the United States government in particular departments that, quote unquote, could have possibly had access to events, quote unquote, that could possibly be related to these movies, quote unquote. Independence Day, another one, right? The quote unquote insect-based, quote unquote, life forms. You know what I'm saying? So like there's all this stuff that a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, like we don't really talk about it, but that's one of the reasons why, like when we talk about movies, I ask people all the time, are the movies fiction? Is there an actual such thing as fiction? If you ask me, fiction is not an actual concept. Fiction is a time frame. It's only a matter of time before any and everything comes true. So, you know what I'm saying? Is it really fiction? Remember back in the day when fiction movies had people with earpieces on, and we was like, man, you know, all these, you know, earpieces and stuff like that got wires. Go back and watch an old movie of the future and look at all of this shit that was science fiction then that is an actual product that you can buy off of Amazon now. Again, then ask yourself, does fiction actually exist? Or is fiction just a advertisement? Is fiction just an advertisement? Gotta ask yourself that question. You know what I'm saying?
And shells targeting all areas of the Gaza Strip. The kids can't sleep, the kids can't eat, the kids can't even speak. Most of the time, they're just mute, silent, shaking out of fear, sometimes whimpering because of how close the bombs are wherever you are in Gaza. And again, how the houses shake every time there is a bomb around. And this is happening again all over Gaza Strip. Israel is telling people,
believe it or not, DC Precise, they're actually working on like combination drone, like scooter type things that would be similar to a hoverboard from Back to the Future. Which, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how many people heard of the Philadelphia experiment. I'm not, remember I kept asking everybody where the black victims is at? On that last stream that I did, I was like, where the black victims at? And then that French reporter went up and talked to that one individual, and he just said, oh, well, this person's house just had a missile go past it, and then kept it moving. Shout out to Alonda. Alonda said, I just Googled this information. Hundreds of black Eritreans and black Ethiopians were deleted throughout the conflict by both sides, Hamas and the government security forces. Surviving the suburbs. Surviving the suburbs.
Pushing people forcibly to leave out of their homes and urging them to go to certain places like the city center or the UN places, shelters, and then Israel bombs the roads leading to these areas and bombs these crowded areas. Yesterday, there was a massacre. Israel killed about 60 Palestinians in Jabalia refugee camp in a local market where there is a UN.
Oh, shout out to my man, Jay Bird. Jay Bird said, man, I watched a movie called Moonfall. Definitely hits on a lot of hypotheses BLR talks about in those AI streams. Yo, if you guys haven't watched any of the AI streams, y'all got to go back and watch them. And I got a whole new batch of AI streams that's about to come out because the AI stuff is going crazy right now. There's all kinds of government stuff going on with artificial intelligence right now that's not being talked about, and it's wild. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Mastermind Hour. Mastermind Hour says, remember the USS Liberty. That's a big fact. How many people know about the USS Liberty? If y'all know about the USS Liberty, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't know about the USS Liberty, give me a thumbs down. If we got more thumbs down than thumbs up, somebody drop the info in the chat.
School people taking shelter there. So whether it is my kids or any Palestinian kid or any Palestinian, no one is safe. No place is safe. Israel is bombing everywhere. Israel is lying. And that's something, thank you for highlighting this, that Israel sometimes, once every 100 times, 1,000 times, it sends a message warning 10 minutes before and asks, for example, a huge building of 50 housing units to leave. And you can't take anything with you if you have only this limited time to leave. And when people leave, wherever they go, they will be chased and hunted down by the bombs. These are, again, barbaric. And these are an extension to Israeli attempts to exterminate Palestinians, whether in Gaza, in Jerusalem, or in the West Bank.
Now, here goes my question. I want to know what you guys think. So far from listening to what this guy is saying, do you guys believe what he's been saying? Do you believe that what he's been saying has been accurate? Or do you guys think that it's inaccurate? If you guys believe what he's been saying and you think what he's been saying is accurate, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree and you don't believe what he's been saying, you think that it's not accurate, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carlton Way. I have yet, where are the military sites that have been destroyed? That's what I want to know. What actual, where are the rocket launchers and artilleries and all of that stuff? Where are the Hamas controlled military equipments targets that have been destroyed. I want to know how come we don't have any footage or we haven't seen any of those yet. It seems like there's just pictures of rubble in cities. You know what I'm saying?
But let me ask you about that. You say Israel gives a warning, and now Hamas is saying if they don't get that warning before a building is bombed, they will kill one hostage for each one of those bombings. Can you talk about how much support there is for Hamas within Gaza, the government of Gaza?
Amy, I'm sorry, who translated that message for you? The message was clear. It was a threat, and it clearly stated with the bare minimum of humanity that Israel sends a warning before it bombs a family home. And when we speak about homes in Gaza and in Palestine and Gaza, we speak about houses that have like 5 or 6 or even 7 housing units, flats, where 3 generations live in the same place. That's why Israel exterminated more than 30 families. Most of their family members were killed because it bombs without sending a message. The message from Hamas was clear. Send a warning before you bomb, meaning don't bomb Palestinian homes with the kids and the women and the elderly and the young people inside. So this is what's going on. And people in Gaza want to be safe, that we don't want to be killed. And it seems that this is a desperate call for mediators to interfere, stop this. And it already happened that Israel, and I was saying this the other day, that Israel seems to be bent to kill Israeli captives.
Hey, I ain't trying to be funny. You know what I'm saying? But this cat right here that's talking on the screen, he one of them type of people that'll beat you with a pool stick if you steal a crate of cigarettes out of his store. You hear how he just said, they need to stop it. Like, yeah, see, he gets serious real quick. I'm just saying.
Israeli soldiers held in Gaza more than they are interested in killing Palestinian fighters and Palestinian children, because Israel does not want to negotiate, does not want to release the almost 5,000 political Palestinian prisoners in Israeli prison. So the idea about the framing of this is incorrect, is inaccurate. And at the same time,
I do want to clarify what you said. You said that Hamas has threatened to kill a hostage if Israel doesn't warn that it is going to bomb a residential home.
Exactly. Is that much to ask?
So now that's interesting. That's the first time that I've heard that. The translation. Isn't that interesting? Hey, Carlton said Hamas can't even afford military clothes. They out here fighting in slides and skinny jeans. Facts. They got the Walmart slides on too, and literal t-shirts with actual dust on them. Like I'm not like actual dust, not like dust like as a condescending, term. They actually have like dust and sand. You know what I'm saying? Like that's wild.
Bent to kill Israeli captives, Israeli soldiers in Gaza.
Hey, Carlton said they wearing the "I'll beat your ass with a pool stick" 2.0s. they wearing the 2023 "I'll beat your ass with a pool sticks." You know what I'm saying?
More than they are interested in killing Palestinian fighters and Palestinian children, because Israel does not want to negotiate, does not want to release the almost 5,000 political Palestinian prisoners in Israeli prison. So the idea about the framing of this is incorrect, is inaccurate. And at the same time,
I do want to clarify what you said. You said that Hamas has threatened to kill a hostage if Israel doesn't warn that it is going to bomb a residential home.
Exactly. Is that much to ask? I don't think this is much to ask. And I think this is more of a desperate call to save both Palestinian children and families, and at the same time, the Israeli soldiers kept in Gaza. Now, what's happening here is that Israel is sending disinformation and fabrication all over the internet, on social media, and many mainstream media agencies and outlets are swallowing and repeating these military lies against Palestinians to demonize the Palestinians. And that's why we see so many Americans, sadly, especially officials and politicians, presidential hopefuls, calling for genocide against Palestinians, because there is misinformation. But at the same time, they think that if they do this, if they say this, it's going to bring them more money from the Israeli lobby.
There you go. All money ain't good money. Now, y'all just saw what Kid Gravity had up on the screen earlier in the stream, right? So now here, this Palestinian academic Rafat Al-Arir, he validated that in his statement there as far as the lobby. Now, as far as the lobby goes, how deep does the lobby go? Is the NBA a lobby? Is the NFL a lobby? Is Hollywood a lobby? So then when we sit back and we say, well, why LeBron James saying all this? See, because here's the problem, right? People say that this is, quote, not our fight. I get it, right? But now let me ask you guys a question. Is there a fight that we have with Amari Stoudemire for behaving the way that he does? Is there a beef that people have with Floyd Mayweather for doing the things that he does while being silent about other things? Is there a beef that we have with many of these people who, like Jamal Bowman, who wrote a statement about what's going on here, but was silent about Jacksonville and silent about Buffalo? So we have our own internal issues to deal with that are drawn out and exacerbated as a result of a lot of this. Those of us who are covering this are not covering it in terms of we need to take a side in this. Most of us who are covering this are covering it in terms of, why did LeBron James come out and make this statement? Why did Amari Stoudemire do this? Why did Jamal Bowman make a statement about this but didn't say anything about that? But even when covering it in that way, when covering it, talking about that, you still have people that say that this isn't our issue. But then when we talk about how bad the celebrities are, everybody's in comment sections all over YouTube talking about our celebrity class is traitors. Well, don't you want to know who the people that the celebrity class are loyal to and why they're loyal to those people and how stupid the celebrities are? So at what point do people stop with the talking point and just admit, I don't want to deal with any of this. It's too much. I don't want to talk about it. It's too much. I want to be like Cypher. I want the blue pill. I want to go back into the Matrix and I don't want to know anything. I want this steak to taste amazing. I want this wine to taste like some ice cold red Moscato with fruit cut up in it and a glass that's been chilled in the freezer for 24 hours before pouring it in there. Why don't people just say that and admit it? I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Black Spider. She is the second stream sponsor. Make sure you guys show her some love. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat for the $5 super chat. Definitely appreciate it. So now all of the places that pay a paycheck, right, that can be linked back, right, that can be linked back. My question for everybody is, are those lobbies? If those are lobbies, give me a thumbs up. If they're not, give me a thumbs down.
Military lies against Palestinians to demonize the Palestinians. And that's why we see so many Americans, sadly, especially officials and politicians, presidential hopefuls, calling for genocide against Palestinians, because there is misinformation. But at the same time, they think that if they do this, if they say this, it's going to bring them more money from the Israeli lobby in Washington, D.C.
And Rafat, you told the BBC recently that the scenes right now in Gaza are, quote, exactly like the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Could you elaborate on that?
Exactly. If you have seen the pictures from Gaza, we speak about complete devastation.
I agree. JD Lee says, to answer that Matrix question, people can't handle the truth. I gave people evidence and they denied it still. Yeah, I agree. All right, B1 first. Take it easy, bro. If you guys agree with JD, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. What about, shout out to Tia. Are you guys having trouble with the chat? If you guys are having trouble with the chat, let me know in the comment section.
And destruction to universities, to schools, to mosques, to businesses, to clinics, to roads, infrastructure, to water lines. If I Googled this morning.
I agree 110%, Yoshi. Yoshi says, I don't think that this is our fight. Right. But we still need to be informed of what's going on. Facts. And that's what it is. People have the desire to not be informed. And it's not just informed about this. It's informed about anything that takes 2 calories of brain power to process. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to be caught with our pants down if something is going to pop off, which something will pop off. Also, this right here brings out and it exacerbates and puts the magnifying glass on who's getting paid from where. everybody always asks the eternal question: why do celebrities do this? Why do politicians do that? Why do athletes do this? Then when you're talking about it and backtracking it and following the money, all of a sudden it becomes not our issue. So remember what I always say, and I stay consistent: self-induced trauma deserves no sympathy. If information is available and you choose to ignore it, and the content of that information could have made life easier for you at some point, you deserve no sympathy. You deserve every unit of difficulty that you receive as a result from being negligent at that point when you had the opportunity to evolve yourself. You know what I'm saying? So that is how I feel about that. You know what I mean? Shout out to Kid Gravity, B1. What's good with it, bro?
Warsaw Ghetto pictures, and I got pictures I couldn't differentiate. Somebody tweeted 4 pictures and asked to tell which one is from Gaza and which one is from the Warsaw Ghetto. They are remarkably the same, because the perpetrator is almost using the same strategies against a minority, against the oppressed people, the battered people, the besieged people, whether it was in Warsaw Ghetto, the Jews in Warsaw Ghetto in the past, or Palestinian Muslims and Christians in the Gaza Strip. So the similarity is uncanny. Israeli officials using Nazi language discourse to, even there was a tweet from the Jewish Congress that says the number of Jews that died on Saturday is more than the number of Jews that died on any given day during the Holocaust. And this is not Holocaust revisionism, it's Holocaust denial, because this is objectively and statistically incorrect completely and utterly. The Israelis, the Zionist movement, the Israeli government is willing to abuse and engage in Holocaust denialism in order to justify what's going to happen, what is happening, and what's going to happen in Gaza in the coming hours and days. I think this is dangerous, and this has to be stopped. The similarities between Gaza and the Warsaw Ghetto should be a waking up call to all free people around the world.
So there's that. All right. Pretty interesting stuff. So now there was a report that came out that said that 70 were deleted after convoys of evacuees in Gaza were hit by Israeli strikes. So there were people trying to get out of Gaza, right? Because Israel gave this warning about get out of Gaza. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they say that this guy is a father of 6. That's what they say. You know what I'm saying? And apparently some civilians got deleted, about 70. You know what I'm saying? So let's check this out real quick.
With you for another hour, I'm Katie Tur. NBC News can now report 3 convoys of what appear to be evacuees were just hit by Israeli strikes in Gaza.
So here's my question. Why would you hit evacuees? Why would you tell people to evacuate? Then when they evacuate, you hit them? Man, Jaybird just put Pandora's box together. You know what I'm saying? Pinhead about to come out. We are the Cenobites. We come from the dimension where there is no differentiation between pleasure and pain. You have summoned us through the box. You better be careful, Jaybird. Jaybird says, so these people took over a financial sector of America, then created a value chain, then attached the value chain to critical sectors of the economy, and now they are holding that chain hostage. That's basically why you see the celebrities anytime. That's why you see the celebrities running around like ants on spilled Kool-Aid. That is exactly the blueprint. You know what I'm saying? And if you connect what Jaybird said down there with what Sean Williams said, then you really got a Pandora box. You know what I'm saying? Then you really got a Pandora box. And again, that's why when we were talking about the undocumented bros and we were talking about all of the escapees, isn't it interesting that the people that fled from persecution from Germany fled to the same places that people who were getting persecuted fled to? There's this very interesting working relationship. It's an interesting working relationship like Zelensky and the Azov battalion that you're not allowed to talk about because the value chain is so tight. You never know where you can get hit from. You know what I'm saying? Which is one of the reasons why we got to create our own value chain to shield ourselves from that. But again, remember, this isn't our issue, right? There's nothing to talk. I could end the stream right now, and there's no further information or benefit that anybody can get from anybody discussing any of this. There's nothing. It's done. We've exhausted all points. That's it. We can go on to Will Smith and Jada Pinkett now, right? You know what I mean?
For another hour, I'm Katie Tur. NBC News can now report 3 convoys of what appear to be evacuees were just hit by Israeli strikes in Gaza. That's according to the Palestinian Health Ministry and also some of our own interviews. 70 people are dead. Only an hour. IDF said an extensive attack against military targets within Gaza was underway. This morning, Israel dropped thousands of leaflets.
So now, I don't know if you guys could tell, but there was like a glitch there. So some information got chopped up, it seems like. How do you mix up, or how do you go from we shot evacuees to we shot up military targets? Where is the footage of the destroyed military targets? How long have I been asking that question? Where is the footage of the destroyed military targets? Where is it? Where's the footage of it at? The footage is very heavily civilian laced. You know what I'm saying? Would you guys agree? And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 89 people watching and we got 121 likes. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button and try to get us up to 150, that'd be great.
You for another hour. I'm Katie Tur. NBC News can now report 3 convoys of what appear to be evacuees were just hit by Israeli strikes in Gaza. That's according to the Palestinian Health Ministry and also some of our own interviews. 70 people.
Man, shout out to War Yaz. War Yaz says, this looks like forced gentrification to me. Man, this is like gentrification on steroids. Is that supposed to be Warriors, like warriors? You pronounce it like warriors, like Warriors? Is that I'm not trying to clown your name, bro. I'm just curious because if it is, I was about to say that's pretty creative. Shout out to you.
70 people are dead. Only an hour. IDF said an extensive attack against military targets within Gaza was underway. This morning, Israel dropped thousands of leaflets in the north of the Strip, warning civilians to go south. Quote, Gaza City has turned into a battlefield. Leave your homes immediately, read those flyers. The IDF told Gaza City residents they would refrain from touching an evacuation route until 8 p.m. That was just about 2 hours ago. Quote, no one knows where we're going, one Gaza resident told NBC News, but we're ready to run. Joining us now from Tyre, Lebanon, is NBC News chief foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. So, Matt, thank you for being with us. I know we're going to start at the north end of this, but tell me what's been happening there today, because everyone is still very concerned about the opening of a second front.
Yeah, this is a big issue. And of course, when it comes to the opening of a second front, that would be with Hezbollah, which is the dominant military force here in southern Lebanon. You know, Hezbollah is, like Hamas, backed by Iran. And so far, they haven't weighed in fully into the conflict. But they did say in a statement today that they were fully prepared to do so. They rejected the urging of Western governments to stay out of the conflict. And we got some other ominous signals. You know, yesterday we heard that the foreign minister of Iran, again, the main benefactor of both Hamas and Hezbollah, financially, politically, and in terms of training, he was actually in Beirut.
So now what I find interesting, right, is pay very close attention to this, and shout out to Warriors. Yeah. No. I know that about yeah, but I just thought you put the words together in your name to make it phonetically sound like warriors. You know what I'm saying? Pay very close attention to what the mainstream media is supporting, or not supporting, but what they're reporting. How many times have you guys watched an article, or watched a video, or even read an article, or even saw in one of my live streams with one of the mainstream media sources that I am using, or that I have quoted, where they're showing the Hamas value chain. They're going down the line and showing the amount of money and the amount of funding and where all of the money went. So they're doing a follow the money type thing with Hamas, as far as they're reporting, which is one of the reasons how they keep attempting to tie it to Iraq. Do you guys notice that? If you guys notice that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't notice that, then give me a thumbs down. Notice how they don't report the links in the value chain on the other side. We're now, if you want to know, Syria, they supported Hezbollah, and Syria was friendly to Hamas, and Iran and Turkey financially backed Hamas. They got all the value chain information about Hamas. No value chain information about the other side. No information about the influence on the other side. Why is that? It goes back to, as soon as this started to happen, you saw people were in a race. Like, man, people were in a race to run and show support, because the people that they're showing support to is where all of their money is coming from. Go back to what Jaybird said up here. Well, and there's that. Yeah. There's that. You know what I'm saying? Name changes, generations of name changes. Christopher Columbus. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we got a nice little nursery rhyme. Oh, in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Well, why was Columbus sailing the ocean blue? Well, that's because somebody got kicked out of somewhere. So who got kicked out of somewhere? Oh, well, he had black people on the boat with him. There was some black people that got kicked out at the same time as somebody else got kicked out. We don't talk about that, though. You know what I'm saying? So these people took over a financial sector of America, then created a value chain, then attached the value chain to critical sectors of the economy that now are holding that chain hostage. Weapons of industrial strength, financial sector in America. You piss me off, I'll tell Chase Bank to cut off your bank account. Industrial strength weapons. And if you do it in the form of a business that's not attached to a country, you can say, well, that was that business's decision. But the businesses fuel the money that the countries get. The businesses fuel the GDP. So if they're reporting about Hamas's value chain, what you need to be looking at is the value chain and the interconnected relationship going on the other side. You know what I'm saying? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Facts, like they did Kanye. Now, think about this. The money situation, I'm going to tell you guys something. Money has been created to operate like an artificial drug. You guys understand? Understand this right here. Go back to Jaybird's comment. I'm going to create a concept, and that concept is called value. But I need something to represent that value. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a unit of value, and that unit of value will be something that we'll just call money. There'll be different forms of money all over the world once we popularize this idea. Now what we have to do is, now that we've created this idea of value, we're going to assign value to the money. And what we're going to do is we're going to socially engineer the entire world to where this idea of value that can be exchanged through money allows you access to certain things. What we're going to do then is we're going to fine-tune the world's engineering to where you need money to live. Just like you need a drug to function. If you don't have money, you'll go into withdrawal. You'll start to see symptoms. Your credit will get bad. Your house will get foreclosed on. No one will respect you. You'll have bad looking clothes. You'll be dirty. You'll be hungry. More than likely, you'll end up having to resort to crime or some type of violent type of life model to sustain yourself. Or you have to go to the woods or something. Now, what we've done is out of all of these assets that we've gotten people to trade their money for, we're going to hoard the actual assets and we'll give you money. We control your assets that you've traded your money for. Stupid. But we'll also keep the money. And now with all this money, we'll determine who gets paid, how much. And when you piss us off, we're going to take that money. You're dealing with some high-level virtual drug dealers. Kanye West pissed us off. We're going to cut off the supply. Now, look at all these people that think that money means something. The very people that sit there and say, never get high on your own supply, are literally sitting there getting high on their own supply. Money is drugs. The drug dealers that deal the green substance don't look like the ones that deal the white substance. If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't make sense, give me a thumbs down. I'm just saying.
And he gave a press conference last night and today at the Iranian embassy. And he didn't really answer the question of whether Hezbollah was going to be entering into the fight. I spoke with a Hezbollah member of parliament today here in southern Lebanon. I asked him about President Biden's speech and about President Biden parking naval assets right off the coast right here. And I got to tell you, Katie, the lights are going off. This is Lebanon. This is the situation. And this is kind of part of it. And we're seeing flares going up right here off to my right shoulder here. This is a dicey situation, and the reason why so many Lebanese people don't want to go into this war is because of the situation like this. We're under constant blackouts. There's been a 4-year-long economic crisis that have seen blackouts like this going on over and over again. The currency has tanked. The situation in Lebanon for the vast majority of people is desperate. Poverty is something at like 80%, and that's why even
so now, mind you, hold on real quick. Now, remember, they're not talking about military targets. They're talking about regular everyday people. This is what's going on with regular everyday people there. Y'all see what Mastermind Hour said? Look what Mastermind Hour said. How many people have heard of situations like that or have dealt with situations like that themselves? So now here goes my question. Right, because that's a hardcore thing, and like that actually goes on. Like I could tell stories. You know what I'm saying? Where do you think that comes from? Somebody's taught that at a young age. Something else that'll get you to lose a friend like that, if you forget to pay them back a penny that you owed them. If you borrowed 50 cents for a gumball and you don't return it when you said that you would, your friendship is over. You're done. I don't talk like that. No, I'm talking like that. You're done. You know what I'm saying?
if Hezbollah does decide to go into war, there are a huge, huge number of Lebanese people who will be dragged kicking and screaming along with it. They feel they can't afford Hezbollah's war with Israel. They all remember 2006 when there was that war with Hezbollah and Israel.
Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions says, Rob, you think you have people hate watching your stream? I don't know. Why would anybody hate me? You know what I'm saying? I'm so lovable. You know what I'm saying? Why would anybody hate watch me? But you know what, though? They might. I know a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, that want you to say a certain type of stuff might be hate watching. Oh, we got to figure something out here. You know what I'm saying? YouTube's artificial intelligence hate watches me. You know what I'm saying? They like to age restrict my content for no reason while allowing the mainstream media to keep up the same videos. You know what I'm saying? And real quick, shout out to everybody. We got 100 people in the room again. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat. If we can, let's try to keep it over 100. You know what I'm saying? We got 123 likes. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button, hit the bell, share the stream. Also, if you're not subscribed to the backup channels, make sure you guys hit those backup channels. And also make sure that you guys follow the Discord. All right. Hit that link that's pinned in the comment section to join the Discord so you never miss any notifications, because that's something that YouTube likes to do.
Where that devastated the southern part of the country. It killed around 1,500 Lebanese. A vast majority of them were civilians. Hundreds of Israeli soldiers were killed in that war. No one wants a repeat of that, even though there is a lot of sympathy and solidarity with the Palestinian people here. And we saw that today on this day of rage that saw protests throughout.
Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said, Rob, it's 101 people, but only the same people comment. You know what, though? You'll gradually start to see different people as the streams continue. I remember when all of y'all came. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember back in the day when I only had like 12 people watching the streams, and then there would gradually be other people. Then there would be a new group, and then there would be a new group. And the great thing about it is y'all are such great subscribers that the group, there's never like a cycle. The groups never leave. It's just the groups just get bigger. It's just get bigger. You know what I'm saying? And just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I guarantee you eventually, you know, people will comment. And then there's a lot of people that cloud watch, you know what I'm saying? You know, so, you know, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And then there are the hate watchers. And go ahead and hate watch. I guarantee you I'm not going to waste my time with you. You know what I'm saying?
You know, here in Lebanon, in Iraq, in Jordan, where we saw an enormous protest, in Amman, in Yemen. This was a collective coming together of the Arab world in solidarity with the Palestinians, just as the Israelis marshal their forces to move to the Gaza Strip.
But so check this out, right? We do have some people, right? We do have some. So we got some newer people that came, right? Now, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug is from the Reacts family. You know what I'm saying? But he came over to BLR from Reacts. So shout out to Win Lose a Rug, right? Then we got Mastermind Hour, who, you know, Mastermind Hour came like what, last month or two, and he ain't left. You know what I'm saying? Cash has been around forever. We got Warriors who just, you know what I'm saying, we recently came in contact with him. We got a whole bunch of new people in the building. You know what I'm saying? That we don't see all the time. High kicks to your teeth. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, though, JD Lee, you know what I'm saying? Emperor Rex been around. Yoshimori been around. So, you know what I'm saying? Like the new people, they come and they come slowly. Shout out to Greets. You know what I'm saying? We got my man Greets in the building. Shout out to Greets. Shout out to Jay the Informant. Jay been around. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm telling you, just y'all see. We got shout out to Blue Electric. You know what I'm saying? Just talking with TD and Rob fam. You know what I mean? So they hear it. You know what I'm saying? They out there. It's interesting how it works. Like, it takes time for people to cycle through. You know what I'm saying? It takes time.
When it comes to war, yes, there is an appetite for it in the Arab world, but I can speak for here in Lebanon, it is a reluctant appetite. It is one where people really feel as though they don't want to have to carry the burden of the entire region once again fighting against Israel. Katie?
All right. This is who we are. Yeah, I know. We don't have very nice things to say. The title, shout out to Denise and shout out to T-Lo. What's good with it, bro? And yo, we're almost at we got hold on real quick. As far as let me just hold on real quick. Let me just look at that real quick. Hold on real quick. Let me see something. So we are at, on this channel right here on BLR 1, we're at 84 members. We only need 16 members to get to that 100. We only need 16. You know what I'm saying? So once we get to that 100 members, y'all already know we having a membership stream. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have fun. We're going to talk about some dumb shit. Shout out to Sean for sharing this to his blog. Yo, wow. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DSA1. What's good with it, bro? So civilians struggle to flee as Gaza as Israel prepares to invade. Now, what these civilians didn't realize was that if Israel finds them, you know what I'm saying, it doesn't seem like statistically those averages are working out very well. You know what I'm saying?
We begin tonight with the latest on the war in the Middle East. Israel has ordered more than 1 million civilians in northern Gaza to evacuate to the south as troops build up along the border. The war has claimed at least 3,500 lives on both sides since the Hamas attack 1 week ago. 29 Americans are now confirmed dead. Today, the Pentagon ordered a second aircraft carrier to the region. The USS Eisenhower will join another carrier strike group already sailing near Israel. Inside Gaza,
So I want y'all to pay very close attention to that. What is that saying? Man, the United States found themselves a way into this one. The United States, again, the United States found their way into this war grift. Man, war is a lucrative grift. You know what I'm saying? You can get all kinds of stuff from war. Usually the people that want to wage war are the ones that can benefit the most. They're the ones that benefit the most from it. You know what I'm saying? And it's clear what's going on here. Oh yeah, isn't that interesting? How many people caught that? Shout out to Carlton. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said the Eisenhower. Now let me ask y'all a question real quick. What's the connection with that? Why would that ship be named that? That's something, isn't it?
we begin tonight with the latest on the war in the Middle East. Israel has ordered more than 1 million civilians in northern Gaza to evacuate to the south as troops build up along the border. The war has claimed at least 3,500 lives on both sides since the Hamas attack 1 week ago. 29 Americans are now confirmed dead. Today, the Pentagon ordered a second aircraft carrier to the region. The USS Eisenhower will join another carrier strike group.
The USS Eisenhower. The USS Eisenhower. What's the significance of that? Maybe that's why it's going there. You know what I'm saying? Right, exactly. I mean, you know, we got all these questions, right? We got all these questions. And shout out to Abdul. Their responses and reactions always lead to a future member of whatever their ops are or terrorists. Big facts. Big facts. Nah, you all good, DSA. Shout out to DSA. We appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Definitely appreciate it.
Already sailing near Israel. Inside Gaza, the UN is warning that food, shelter, and water are all growing more scarce by the second. CBS News' Jesse Mitchell joins us with the latest on what could soon be an active combat zone. Jesse?
Yes, Jessica, the U.S. thought it had negotiated safe passage for the Americans stuck in the war zone, but Egypt still hasn't opened the gate. And tonight, President Biden is speaking up for the civilians caught in the conflict. Bombs across Gaza have caused a bottleneck at the Egyptian border. Rafah was supposed to be the route out. This American citizen.
So now here goes my question. How come Joe Biden isn't asking the people that are bombing over there to stop bombing until they get the Americans out? I want y'all to pay very close attention to this, man. I want y'all to pay very close attention to this.
President Biden is speaking up for the civilians caught in the conflict. Bombs across Gaza have caused a bottleneck at the Egyptian border. Rafah was supposed to be the route out. This American citizen says the embassy called him at 2 a.m. to be in place by noon, but he and others have yet to be led across.
Every place I go run away, and I just find bombs and I find dead people. And like maybe one day I'll end up like them, but it's a really scary thing for me.
In Washington, D.C., at the Human Rights Campaign National Dinner, President Biden denounced hate.
Hate toward one group left unanswered opens the door for more hate toward more groups more often.
Man, I don't think that, for first and foremost, like, look at that hairdo. You know what I'm saying? That's wild right there. And Joe Biden is really out of pocket with that. Like, just pay I got nothing to say. Nothing to say. People need to pay attention to this stuff and really, really take this energy into that next election and do what's necessary. Do what's necessary. Look at the people that are quote unquote running the country. Look at the people that are quote unquote running the world. the world is never going to get any better with the current issues that we have in office. And absolutely, I agree with Tia 100%. Tia said, wow, he's obsessed with hate. Facts. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Hey, throw some radiation emoji in the chat for Black Spider. We gotta show her some love again. We gotta put it up there. You know what I'm saying? She said, I figured out how to send a super chat today. I didn't want to ask the chat for help. Well, I ain't mad at it. We definitely appreciate it. Shout out to Black Spider. Show her some love. Throw some flames in the chat for her. That she worked hard to give me that super chat, and I definitely appreciate it. Matter of fact, you know how people frame their first dollar bill that they make out of business? I'm gonna frame that super chat. I'm gonna frame that symbolic super chat. You know what I'm saying?
It's a really scary thing for me. In Washington, D.C., at the Human Rights Campaign National Dinner, President Biden denounced hate.
Hate toward one group left unanswered opens the door for more hate toward more groups more often.
There are concerns about a humanitarian crisis as people in Gaza run out of food and drinking water, and there's no electricity. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Israel working to convince.
Pay very close attention to how the mainstream media keeps saying that they're running out of food and water, while leaving out the fact that there's an active siege going on that's restricting food and water from getting there. So pay very close attention to how dirty they're playing. You guys see that? They're playing dirty. This is what I'm saying. You got to be very careful. Pay very close attention to this, because when it comes to this, they playing dirty. They playing dirty. They're running out of food and water. That's not exactly what's happening, but okay.
No electricity. Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
Hold on real quick. We're going to run it back.
They run out of food and drinking water, and there's.
See, she said they ran out of food and drinking water. They're not actually running out of food and drinking water. They've had the supply chain cut off. You know what I'm saying? Big facts, Sean. Big facts. Carl just said Joe Biden came out looking like Vanna White. Her and Joe Biden confused. How many times Joe Biden is confused and probably has used the wrong bathroom? Jill Biden, quote unquote, probably has been confused and slept with the wrong husband by accident out of confusion. How many times you guys think that happened?
It opens the door for more hate toward more groups more often.
There are concerns about a humanitarian crisis as people in Gaza run out of food and drinking water, and there's no electricity. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Israel working to convince Egypt to open its border as a response to Hamas rains down around the innocent.
Hamas is a terrorist group. Its only agenda is to destroy the state of Israel and to murder Jews. And it's important that the entire world see it as such.
Hamas has been accused of using civilians as human shields to hide its targets. Video shows the escape route to Egypt.
So where's the footage of them using civilians as human shields? Like, where's a video of a Hamas person in sandals and a polo shirt with like an AK-47 running down the street with an old lady in front of him to block bullets? Where are the videos and pictures of this human shielding? Where is it? Where's the footage of that stuff at? You know what I'm saying? Like, they keep saying that that's what's going on. Okay, like, I hear you. You keep saying that. Where's the footage of this stuff happening at? Now, if you ask me, the reason why they keep saying this, the reason why they keep perpetuating this message is it's to take the heat off of all of the civilians that are getting deleted and are getting harmed in these indiscriminate airstrikes. You know what I'm saying? If you guys agree with that, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with that, then give me a thumbs down.
Egypt riddled with missile strikes, and this Palestinian medical rescue crew suffered a direct hit. The second U.S. military aid shipment arrived in Israel under the watchful eye of Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, carrying more precision munitions and Iron Dome interception missiles to protect from Hamas rockets.
I know hard. So, I mean, and here's my question. So how much resistance is the United States running into flying this stuff in? You know, a lot of times when you watch war movies or when you hear about wars and different things like that, in many cases, one thing that militaries try to do is to stop supply routes. Right? Like, one thing that military try to do is stop supply routes. So if I know you got some incoming missiles, or if I know you got some incoming supplies, I'm about to try to stop your supply routes, and I'm going to take your supplies and use them. right? You don't really hear like too many stories or too much coverage of interaction like that going on. Now, here's the questions. Why not? AB Promotions said Palestinians don't have camera phones, apparently. Well, they did cut off the electricity, but they just did that recently. So now without no electricity, you know, they're not going to be able to really have access to the internet and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like right now. But they just did that recently, though. What about before? You know what I'm saying? And see, I agree 100%, DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo says, we black folks need to pay attention to the machinery of all this. I envision that one day our enemies will attempt to re-enslave us and persuade the world that it's right. That's what they're building up. That's what they have all the think tanks for. That's why they come with all of the talking. All of the talking points are to take away conservatorship. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of those missiles, depending on what kind of missiles and ammunition is being used, it could be creating like mini EMPs in places and shockwaves knocking out the electricity as well. You know what I'm saying? You know, they had those guided nukes or those targeted nukes, the small nuclear weapons. And those small nuclear weapons, they don't really register like detectably as actual nuclear weapons until you, you know, do a radiation sweep. You know what I'm saying? So there's that.
Austin carrying more precision munitions and Iron Dome interception missiles to protect from Hamas rockets.
I know how hard you've been working. You've been really hustling to get this here as quickly as you could, and there's a lot more that follows this.
In the week since Hamas launched its attack, 1,300 Israelis have died, and the Palestinian Health Ministry reports more than 2,200.
Where is the dead Hamas militants? That's my question for everybody. Where's the footage of the military targets broken down? Where's the ammunition? You know what I'm saying? The artillery, you know what I'm saying? Missile defense systems melted down. Where is the footage of all this stuff? Where is it at? Where is it at? And shout out to Brooklyn Queen for hitting the Nightbot. Appreciate it.
Civilian casualties in Gaza. Austin reminded Israel of its moral responsibility.
Democracies like ours are stronger and more secure when we uphold the laws of war.
On Saturday,
imagine that. They call this a civilized world, and there's quote unquote laws of war. The law should be that there should be no war permitted, and people should diplomatically find solutions to their differences. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Sean. Sean said, remember that Obama blocked outgoing internet traffic from Ferguson when everything went down there after Mike Brown's murder. You know what I'm saying? If you pay very close attention to what Barack Obama did a lot of stuff that should have people looking at him sideways, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? And one way to know the things that Barack Obama did, because Barack Obama did a lot of geopolitical stuff. He did a lot of stuff on the world stage. Pay very close attention to the footprint that he's left behind of things that come back to haunt him or things that come back to haunt the United States.
Gaza. Austin reminded Israel of its moral responsibility.
Democracies like ours are stronger and more secure when we uphold the laws of war.
On Saturday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu joined troops near the southern border as they prepare to advance by land.
And earlier, President Biden spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu as well as Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas, in addition to the families of Americans trapped or missing in both countries.
How much coverage has anybody seen about the Americans that are missing? I'm just curious. Everybody that's watching this live stream right now, all 106 people, don't be shy. Don't hate watch, because AB Promotions thinks that y'all are hate watching. My question for everybody is, what do the Americans look like that have been allegedly captured? Who captured them? Where is anybody suspecting that they are? Are they okay? Why here in America, in the United States, are we not talking about the people that our government is directly responsible for, that it allowed people with Jesus sandals and dusty shirts to kidnap? Why are we not hearing about that? You know what I'm saying? That's my question.
Situation in Gaza is dire. The more than 2 million people in the territory have already lost access to water, fuel, and medicine. Israel says the siege.
So again, I want you guys to pay close attention to the propaganda and to the word games. Let's ask, we're gonna do a true or false question. Did those people lose access to food, water, and gas? Is that a true statement? Notice how the Western media is not saying what happened to the food, gas, and water. Why are they not saying?
Tonight, the situation in Gaza is dire. The more than 2 million people in the territory have already lost access to water, fuel, and medicine. Israel says the siege won't end until all the hostages seized by Hamas are returned. Today in London, thousands filled the streets in solidarity with Palestinians, calling for an end to Israel.
So they going hard in the paint. Look at that. They popping champagne like they won the championship game. You know what I'm saying? I remember when we won the championship game in Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? That's how the streets was looking. They down there popping champagne like they won the championship game. You know what I'm saying?
Filled the streets in solidarity with Palestinians, calling for an end to Israel's military action in the Gaza Strip. Here in Washington, supporters rallied in the rain across from the White House in Lafayette Square. Bordered by walls and fences, controlled by Israel, some human rights groups have called Gaza, quote, the world's largest open-air prison. We get more from CBS's Ian Lee.
The conflict between Israel.
So now they keep calling it the world's largest open-air prison, but they're not going to give any context behind why it's being called the world's largest open-air prison. Now, here goes my question for everybody. Why is this region called the world's largest open-air prison? Why are they calling it that? That's my question for you guys. Let me know what you guys think. Sean said, actually, that would be America. If you guys agree with Sean, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with Sean, give me a thumbs down.
We get more from CBS's Ian Lee.
The conflict between Israel and Gaza has its roots in 1967, when Israel captured the narrow coastal strip from Egypt during the Six-Day War. Resistance to Israel's occupation led to the first Palestinian uprising known as an Intifada and the birth of Hamas. The fighting ended as the 1993 Oslo Peace Accords brought hope of peace.
So look, I want you guys to pay attention. Look where they start the timeline at. Look at what year they start the timeline at. Now, I'm going to ask everybody in the comment section, chronologically, when did this conflict start? And we're going to do some reaction videos and some reviews to some videos that talk about the quote-unquote Israel-Palestine conflict and see if we can find discrepancies or, see where things aren't matching up. If you ask me, I'm pretty sure this started way earlier than that. Yeah, they having a rock out. I'm telling you, bro, they kicking it.
Lee.
The conflict between Israel and Gaza has its roots in 1967, when Israel captured the narrow coastal strip from Egypt.
1967? Do you hear what they said? The conflict began in 1967. How many people agree with that? How many people agree with that?
The conflict between Israel and Gaza has its roots in 1967, when Israel captured the narrow coastal strip from Egypt.
Hold on real quick. Now, what they said is decades of conflict between Israel and Gaza. They're not saying a conflict between Israel and Palestine. Pay very close attention to how they play with the words. Here's my question. What's a conflict with Gaza? Decades of conflict between Israel and Gaza. Not decades of conflict between Europe and between Israel and Palestine. That's a great question, Mastermind Hour. Is there anybody in here that can explain that? If there's anybody that can explain that in the comment section, please be my guest to drop it in the comment section.
During the Six-Day War, resistance to Israel's occupation led to the first Palestinian uprising known as an Intifada and the birth of Hamas. The fighting ended as the 1993 Oslo Peace Accords brought hope of peace with a future Palestinian state. But frustrations led to a second, even more bloody Intifada in 2000. It ended in 2005, coinciding with Israel's withdrawal from Gaza, leaving it to be ruled by the Palestinians.
Okay, so now pay very close attention, right? All they did was give a chronology. All they did was give a chronology. They didn't give any context about the points of conflict. Do you all notice that? If that's something that you guys notice, give me a thumbs up. If you don't notice that, then give me a thumbs down. They didn't give any context about any of those time periods that they listed. Why do you think that is?
The following year, Palestinians angry with their government's corruption handed Hamas an electoral victory. But rival Fatah, Israel, and the United States rejected their rule. That same year, Hamas kidnapped Israeli.
So now here's my question. How do you just reject somebody's rule? I mean, like, it's interesting how the reporter, he just kind of, says United States rejected their rule. Okay, we're way over here. How do you just reject? I'm just going to reject your rule. Like, what if I just decided to go to my neighbor's house and I'll be like, I just reject the fact that this is your house. Who cares if I reject it? That's the fact that that's his house. I don't live there. I got my own. But what if I just decide to do that anyway? How does that work? Make that make sense. So, like, pay very close attention. Like, when I talk about how people think that they can just declare stuff, this is what I'm talking about. I'm just going to declare that I reject this rule. You're not even a part of that culture. What are you talking about? Again, like I said, pay close attention to who the United States is ideologically aligned with. There's a reason why the United States is always on the side of people who practice apartheid and separation. There's a reason for that. There's a huge reason for that. Now, I'm going to ask you guys the ultimate question. What's the reason for that?
Fatah, Israel, and the United States rejected their rule. That same year, Hamas kidnapped Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit, who would eventually be exchanged for more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. In 2007, Hamas seized control of Gaza during a civil war with Fatah. The following years would see sporadic violence and major wars. But invading Gaza by ground is something Israel has only done twice. Israeli forces entered cities in 2009 to stop rocket attacks and weapons smuggling. Then in 2014, Israeli forces
to stop rocket attacks and weapons smuggling. Think about that.
This led a shallow incursion, capturing territory along the Gaza border to destroy smuggling and attack tunnels. Every violent outburst ended in negotiations, but never addressed the underlying cause of the conflict, sowing the seeds of the next round of fighting.
Look at the neocons. Look at this. This is a perfect thumbnail of the neocon party. There's no difference between Democrats and Republicans. Look at them all up there, and they're all related too, including Barack Obama. Barack Obama is related to them. You know what I'm saying? He's a cousin. And these people want to sit there and tell you, you had your first black president. He had your first black president. I guarantee you I'm not related to Joe Biden or George Bush. The very people who want to tell you that you had who want to tell you you had your black president, the alleged black president has blood ties to them two presidents. No, we're not going to talk about it. Of course, we're not going to talk about that because you don't want to talk about anything that's going to make you look stupid. You have an easy enough time doing that on your own. This should be a mugshot of 3 genocidal maniacs that don't give a shit about anybody here in the United States. First black Adoso president. Facts. Barack Obama is absolutely an Adoso. Barack Obama is an American descendant of slave owners. And the population at large has the nerve to try to tell you, you have your black president. Are you serious? We have our Sambo. That's what we got. Call him a Sambo, and I'll listen. You call him my first black president, got an issue. I agree with Craig to Connect. Craig to Connect says, where's the footage? All of these accusations blended into the reports, but no proof. Facts. If you guys agree with Craig, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. And real quick, shout out to y'all, man. We got 122 people in the room. You know what I'm saying? Y'all killing it. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Make sure you guys hit the bell. If you're not subscribed to the channel, take a moment. Make sure that you guys subscribe to the channel. And please share the stream to your social media, wherever you're watching from. We almost got that 150 likes, too. We got 118 people watching. If everybody bang on that like button, we'll have that 150. So let's get it.
Subsequent U.S. presidents tried with varying degrees of effort, but failed to bring peace through a two-state solution.
Nations that support a two-state solution
And an independent state for Palestinians.
My continued support, even though I know it's not in the near term, a two-state solution.
Joe Biden's so stupid. Even back then, he dry snitching. You know what I'm saying?
State solution.
And an independent state for Palestinians.
My continued support, even though I know it's not in the near term, a two-state solution.
A Palestinian state was never a major priority for Israel.
Oh, for Black Free Thinker, Barack Obama isn't, he's not a Sambo because of his slave owner side inherently. He's not a Sambo because he's black inherently. He's a Sambo because of the way that he conducted himself. Like when he gets a chance to get around white people and call black males cousin Pookie. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. That's why he's a Sambo to me. You know what I'm saying? And to me, if you ask me, being a Sambo is a choice. Now, see, Kanye West had it wrong. Kanye West sit up there talking about being a slave is a choice. Nah, bro, being a Sambo is a choice. You know what I'm saying? Being a Sambo is a choice. Let's ask Kanye West, was getting your money taken away from you like them folks did you? Was that a choice? What you think Kanye's answer to that question would be?
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
It's never been about a Palestinian state. It's always been about the Jewish state.
Oh, it pays. You know what I'm saying? It pays. How many people saw the episode 1 of the new series that TD and I started called What Makes a You Know What? If you guys saw that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't see it, give me a thumbs down. Now, we got episode 2 coming on Thursday, right? Episode 3 is going to be called The Coon Economy and SBC. Y'all already know. So, yeah, we in the next 2 episodes, we talking about recapitalism, and then we talking about the Coon Economy and SBC. You know, shame, blame, and coon, because that's what these cats do. Shout out to the founders of SBE. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Let's actually talk about that before we go any further. Don't coons shame, blame, and explain? Ain't that all they do? Don't they just sit around and SBE black people? Yeah, it pays very good, but the retirement plan ain't that great. Facts. Ain't no retirement plan. You ain't gonna have no gold cards. You ain't getting free coffee when you go to the donut spot. You ain't getting none of them retirement benefits. You ain't getting no AARP card. You getting the AARC card.
The Palestinians have also rejected peace deals in the past, Robert, which leads us to this latest round of fighting. Because in the absence of peace, there will be war.
Ian Lee, thanks. Tonight, this.
So they said in the absence of peace, there will be war. When has there been a time when there's peace? There's never been a time when there's been peace. You know what I'm saying? So, as promised, Al Jazeera came up with a mini documentary, and it asks a fundamental question. And unfortunately, that question isn't what makes a coon. Here's the question that it asks.
17, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a letter that would set off a conflict still being fought more than 100 years later.
Okay, so now 100 years later. So we're already outside of the time frame that last news article said. In fact, shout out to Tia. Appreciate it. We're already way outside of that time frame that last video talked about. You know what I'm saying?
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour.
So they start this going back to 1917. Immediately we have issues because what year did they say in that last video? So now my question is, why are we going back to 1917 in this video here?
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a letter that would set off a conflict still being fought more than 100 years later.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their...
Hey, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said he was on Indeed, and he said that the Sambos was hiring, and he applied, and then when he sat down and took the interview, they didn't have a favorable retirement plan, so I turned down the job. Oh, man. I heard that the retirement plans are getting worse, too, so you know what I'm saying? Hopefully you found something better.
The best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object.
When Balfour wrote of his government's intent to create a Jewish homeland in Palestine, 90% of the people living there were not Jewish. Just 31 years.
Uh-oh. Did y'all make sure? Want to make sure y'all heard that.
And will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object.
Why? See, y'all pay very close attention to this. Yeah. Balfour Declaration. Facts. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. If you guys haven't smashed that like button, let's see if we at 100. You know that last video that I did where we had 200 likes, YouTube child restricted it. Of course, because that's what they do when a video performs real well. So again, if that's something that y'all wanted to watch as far as replay or whatever, you can always watch replays on Rumble, but that is on members only. That wasn't a members only video, but it's on members only because there's no point in having a child restricted video up. That could be a risk later. You know what I'm saying? So just so y'all know, you know what I'm saying? How many people actually watch content on Rumble?
Still being fought more than 100 years later.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object.
How do you just say, I'm going to build a home in the middle of your home? How does that work? And then the world cheers you on and literally just ignores that part to the point where if it's even brought up, they'll attempt to say that you're anti-Semitic. Seriously. I'm curious. I'm curious as to everybody's thoughts about that. Like, how does that work? How do you do that? How is that just okay? You know what I'm saying?
When Balfour wrote of his government's intent to create a Jewish homeland in Palestine, 90% of the people living there were not Jewish. Just 31 years later, most of them were gone.
כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה? לא ספרתי. לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע עם 250 כדורים.
This is the story of the British promise that led to the destruction of Palestine and the creation of the state of Israel.
Now, what did the narrator say? And so again, now where is the outrage when it comes to the mainstream media and all of this? Where's the outrage for this part? I mean, if you listen to the mainstream media, it's like this part didn't even happen, which is one of the reasons why it's so important. It's extremely important. One of the most important things that people can do is to go back and check the receipts. Go and check the archives. Revisit all of the old information. Compare notes. Yeah, exactly. They called it a quote-unquote creation.
Let's start.
Now, shout out to Tilo, right? Tilo says the mainstream media loves to rewrite history. I agree. I also believe that that's their job. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to AB Promotion. The AB Promotion says, have you seen the map comparison through the years since them folks colonized the land? Nah, I haven't seen it. I'm going to have to pay attention to it, though.
With the obvious question, why were the British making promises about other people's countries? The short answer, empire is one hell of a drug.
There you go. And literally no one brings this up. And that's why, how many people saw the stream that I did yesterday on Blacklight Revelations News Reviews and Reactions? Do you guys remember when Ron DeSantis was in that coffee shop and he was like, hey, buddy, hey, buddy, wait a minute. Now, you know what they say over there? I mean, I'd be careful with Al Jazeera. That's the reason why in the school districts where Ron DeSantis is, that's why they have PragerU. Hey, buddy, I'd be careful with that Black history if I was you. Hey, buddy, I'd be careful with objective, truthful information if I was you. So now, where are all of the conversations about how do you just declare that we're just going to put something in the middle of somewhere and not even talk to the people that are already there? You know what's crazy? That's the same model that literally has gone on all over the world. The Western world, aka the expansion of Europe, Australia, New Zealand, Hawaii, the Philippines, South America, North America, Canada, Alaska, Mexico. Nobody sees the pattern. These aren't patterns of migration. This is a pattern of long-term planned out warfare. And this is what I'm talking about people need to sit back and take a look at the pattern, about the patterns of occurrences that occur when certain people have interactions with people who aren't like them. What ends up happening? There was at one point when the entire world, for the most part, had a population matrix that looked like Africa and Southeast Asia. All of the resulting world population matrix and demographics today are a result of same thing that we're looking at right here. Social engineering and genocide.
Start with the obvious question. why were the British making promises about other people's countries? Short answer, empire is one hell of a drug. This was World War I, and the British were making lots of promises. In addition to promising a Jewish homeland in Palestine, they promised Arab leaders independence if they rose up against Britain's enemy.
Same thing that they did with the native indigenous people here in the United States. What was before pre-America? Fight this tribe, fight that tribe. This is one of the reasons why they spend so much. Listen, I'm trying to tell y'all something, man. I'm trying to tell y'all something, man. These people require other people to be in disarray and to fight each other. Stop fighting for 2 days and watch how petrified the Western world becomes. Did you see how scared they were during the Kyrie Irving thing? I mean, that was just Kyrie Irving. Literally, damn near everybody, even the people who are usually have a pattern of behavior of being a coon, for the most part, most people, maybe with like a few outliers, were on the same page. That scared the shit out of everybody. This is one of the reasons why I say, pay very close attention. When people say something's not a black issue, I'll be like, it's important to pay attention to all interactions between them folks and non-them folks, because they always use the same patterns. What if we were on a team, right? If we were on a basketball team and we were about to go play, you know, another team, right? And somebody was like, well, let's watch some tapes of this team and the tapes of them playing against these other teams. Man, they ain't got nothing to do with me. We got to play against them. We need to watch the tapes against how, we need to watch the tapes of them playing us, or we need to go practice. Nah, we won't need to watch these tapes. We need to watch how this team moves. Nah, we don't need to watch they ain't got nothing to do with us. They ain't got nothing to do with us. If it don't have nothing to do with us, then why do we fall victim to the same nonsense that everybody else fell victim to? Palestinians fell victim to this. Aboriginals in Australia fell victim to this. People in China and Hong Kong fell victim to this. Aztecs, Mayans. The list goes on. Inuit people in the north. There is a group of black people, right? Like we are black people. But then there's a global non-European diaspora, right? The interaction between white people and the non-European diaspora has been the same. The difference that you see is we continue to reject it. They accept it. That's the difference. That's the difference. Their conditioning creates a Vivek Ramaswamy. Our conditioning creates a Malcolm X. We reject it. That's the difference. The interaction that those people initiated between all these different groups is the same. The reaction to it is different. See, some people can take that medicine and the medicine works. Other people take that medicine and they have an anaphylactic reaction. We have an anaphylactic reaction. We reject it. Other people take it and they accept it. They call being blue-pilled red-pilled, because if you accept this system, this matrix, you're blue-pilled. Everybody that has conformed to this nonsense is blue-pilled. But if you listen to the social media content creators, they go around and sit here and call them people red-pilled. They're not red-pilled. They're happily inserted into the matrix that controls the world today. Vivek Ramaswamy is happily inserted into the matrix that controls the world today. Malcolm X was red-pilled. He rejected it. Martin Luther King was red-pilled. He rejected it. Neely Fuller Jr. is red-pilled. He rejected it. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing Amos Wilson, they were red pilled. They rejected it. They reject it. We reject it. Other groups of people don't. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. Palestinians, in many cases, when they come to the United States, they accept it because it makes life easier for them. You know what I'm saying? But now you heard that Palestinian academic, black movements are the only movements that give them any hope. So what that means is that they're scared. We're going to blend in wherever we can. That's not a show of courage. You know what I'm saying? That's not a show of integrity either.
The Ottoman Empire. The Arabs did. Hollywood even made a movie about it.
Arabia's for the Arabs now. That's what I've told them anyway.
Hey, where's Ryan Kendall at? How many people know where Ryan Kendall is? Can somebody get him in here and ask him what he thinks about this race swapping right here? Where's Geeks and Gamers at? And all the white boys that are outraged about quote unquote race swapping. Can we have him do some reviews about these movies right here? I don't accept race swapping. Race swapping is detestable. Okay, what you think about this? Let's just ask the question right here real quick. For the record, what we're looking at on the screen right here, is this race swapping? If this is race swapping, give me a thumbs up. If it's not race swapping, give me a thumbs down. Who did this? Who started this? Who invented this? So now you mad that Samuel L. Jackson is Nick Fury? Newsflash. Nobody cares.
That's what I've told them anyway. That's what they think. That's why they're fighting.
Oh, surely. A month after Balfour's letter, British troops took Palestine, ending 400 years of Ottoman rule. The people who lived there were Arabs, mostly Muslims, but there were Christian and Jewish minorities too. There was also a tiny number of European Jews who in the late 1800s had started building small colonies there. At a time when many Jews...
Well, who would have ever guessed that? Who would have ever guessed that?
There was also a tiny number of European Jews who in the late 1800s had started building small colonies there.
What a surprise. I'm utterly shocked. Not.
At a time when many Jews were suffering horrific persecution in Europe, they felt Palestine could be an escape. The idea...
Did somebody say something about homeland and fleeing? I try to tell people, man, the black diaspora war is a grift. You know what I'm saying? There's the reason why the world is the way that it is today is because of the OG people that fled. And they fled from each other, fighting each other all over the place. You know what I'm saying? So if you ask me, I don't know why, you know what I'm saying, like people be on that TikTok diaspora war grift, the Twitter diaspora war grift, when there's actually the OG people that fled are literally all over the world banking money and have flipped the countries that they live in around to the point to where the undocumented bros in those countries now own all of the resources and the assets. And the people who are indigenous to those countries are dying. But go ahead. Collard greens don't have no culture, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Keep it. Go ahead. Get your little AdSense check. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Get the little scabby ass AdSense check. You know what I'm saying?
The idea of building up a Jewish presence in Palestine became known as Zionism, but it stayed a fringe movement among European Jews. Many of them felt they shouldn't have to leave their countries to avoid persecution. But Zionism as a political movement took a big step forward with an Austrian man called Theodor Herzl. And this guy is a very important name in this story. In 1896, he published Der Judenstaat, or in English, The Jewish State. In it, he said the only way for Jews to avoid Europe's anti-Semitism was not just to leave, but to have their own country. And Herzl didn't just...
So this dude basically said world domination is the only solution. Where you guys heard that at before? Look at that. Worked pretty well for some people.
That's right. The next year, he organized a conference in Basel, Switzerland, the first Zionist Congress. The attendees agreed on a program which sought, among other things, to establish a Jewish homeland in Palestine and promote Jewish settlement in Palestine. From here on out, the Zionist movement became very active, setting up funds to promote Jewish immigration to Palestine.
Look at that, man. I want pay attention to the business model. Pay attention to the business model. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Jay Bird. I appreciate you, bro. Pay attention to the business model. Look at this. Where did this stuff start? With a think tank. Now, let me ask you guys a question. When it comes to globally dealing with oppression and dealing with global WS, based on this individual's logic, what is the only solution for Black people to do? That's my question for you guys. Based on this guy's logic right here. And as you can see, a lot has been built off of this logic. Based on his logic, in a world of global WS, what is the only solution to survive it?
This story. In 1896, he published Der Judenstaat, or in English, The Jewish State. In it, he said the only way for Jews to avoid Europe's anti-Semitism was not just to leave, but to have their own country. And Herzl didn't just write. The next year, he organized a conference in Basel, Switzerland, the first Zionist Congress.
So now the first thing that now everybody always says, we all need to be like them people. Even other Black people will sit there and be like, y'all need to be like them people. But literally anybody, whether it's somebody that I agree with or disagree with ideologically, any self-respecting Black person, any pro-Black person, any B1 Black person, any person that's Pan-African or whatever, any Black person who embraces the fact that they are Black and they are not ashamed of being Black, one thing that's common amongst all the different sects of people that there are is that people will say one thing that we need is our own. People will then turn around and say, y'all need to be more like them folks. And literally the first thing that this dude who is one of them folks wrote is that we need our own. Think about that. Think about how insane that is. Now look at what happened when these folks were able to materialize their own. And they, of course, clearly they had a lot of help. Think about that. Man, that's it's arguable that something similar to that loosely is there. You know what I'm saying?
Attendees agreed on a program which sought, among other things, to establish a Jewish homeland in Palestine and promote Jewish settlement in Palestine. From here on out, the Zionist movement became very active, setting up funds to promote Jewish immigration to Palestine, companies to buy land there.
Setting up funds, setting up companies. You guys see this? Industrial strength tools. This is what I'm talking about. They are setting up their tools. Now they're putting their pieces on the chessboard. This is what I'm talking about. We're going into all facts. Shout out to throw some radiation emoji in the chat. Shout out to Carlton. We're going into off-code media. Facts. Because a lot of the stupid shit that people say is a lot of things that stops people from exploring doing things that they want to do that could be beneficial to themselves and creating situations for their own personal empowerment. Comments like, don't watch this shit. You won't get anything out of this shit. Where we're literally watching this shit about quote unquote them folks that everybody likes to criticize us and say, you need to be like them folks. And the first thing that they said is we need to get our own. But when we say it, somehow it's fucking crazy. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. No more should people reject insanity from people who are too stupid to evolve. People that are too stupid to evolve should be left to the elements. That's a natural process.
And promote Jewish settlement in Palestine. From here on out, the Zionist movement became very active, setting up funds to promote Jewish immigration to Palestine, companies to buy land there, and recruiting representatives to advocate for their cause with different governments. A few days after the conference, Herzl wrote this in his diary.
And I keep trying to tell people, as far as people being left to the elements, this old school thought process of the biggest, strongest, most bold guy. Shout out to my man YGLTB1. What's good with it? All right, for sure, bro. I'll check it out. The biggest thing that people got to understand now is that the world is different. All this talk of quote unquote a warrior class, this, that, and other, warrior class. If people really want to see who the warrior class are of the coming generations that are actually going to be able to fight the battles in the new battlefield that is going to be out there, people are going to be doing IQ tests. But guess what? That's not very popular. Intelligent shit isn't very popular. You know what I'm saying? And as a result, quote unquote, it's going to be just like basketball, just like other sports. Other people are recruiting the talent and paying them better and utilizing them better and utilizing them to make themselves rich instead of improving our situation. Your brain in the future should be your biggest muscle. Now, people can take that information, you know what I'm saying, and do what they do with it, or people can take that information and say that's some dumbass shit. And then when people are locked out of jobs, when the fourth industrial revolution comes, they can sit there and say, we wasn't told. How many times do you hear people say we wasn't told? As long as Google exists, everybody was told everything all at the same time. Technology has made we wasn't told an irrelevant excuse. If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
At Basel, I founded the Jewish state. In 5 years, perhaps, and certainly in 50 years, everyone will perceive it.
He was only off by 1 year. Okay, so that is a lot of history, but it's important because the Zionist movement is a critical part of the story going forward, especially after it found a friend in the British government, where a lot of high-ranking officials supported Zionism, sometimes for unexpected reasons.
So now, would you guys say that the Z word is a mega value chain? If you guys would say that the Z word is a super value chain, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that it's a super value chain and you think that it might be something else, then give me a thumbs down.
Prime Minister Lloyd George, for example, was a Christian zealot who believed gathering the Jewish people in Palestine would bring Jesus Christ back to earth. Others, like Balfour, believed that getting the Jewish people out of Europe and into their own country would be a good thing. Herzl was pretty visionary.
Doing what?
Example, was a Christian zealot who believed gathering the Jewish people in Palestine would bring Jesus Christ back to earth. Others like...
So now, no disrespect. Everybody that watches my channel knows that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't believe in any religion, right? I'm respectful to the people that do, you know what I'm saying? So to y'all that do, right? But shout out to my man, Mr. King. Appreciate it. They based political decisions, quote unquote, on religion. Why am I bringing that up? Shout out to Carla. What's good with it, Carla? The reason I'm bringing that up is because most things that have been horrific and have been genocidal and caused reverse progress for non-white people were done in the name of the religions that democratic shills pander to people with: Christianity, the J religion, and Islam. Westward expansion, manifest, what is it? Manifest destiny, manifest dynasty, the Crusades. All of that nonsense. And look at this. They're making these decisions. Well, we're just going to do this because I'm telling you, God, right? And again, no disrespect, right? Some Hebrew Israelites in here, some Christians in here. No disrespect to y'all. I'm not saying that you guys do this with your worship of your deity that you believe in. What I'm saying is that it's politically weaponized, and these people do it, and they use it as a vehicle to validate I'm white and I say so. I'm just going to put this land here in the middle of here because God told me to do it. God told you to do it, or is that just some shit that you want to do? Just saying. So they'll always back it up with God. We're supposed to go to the West and destroy all these non-white people and set up a United States because God told us to do it. Really? God told you to do it? Or did your pockets tell you to do it? Or did the deplorable conditions that you were in back at home tell you to do it? You know what I'm saying? And I agree with you, RJ. And that's why I said I'm trying to be respectful to the people that are religious in here. No off the Bible, their religion is their own creations. But then again, you can't forget about the manipulation that took place with the Bible. You know what I'm saying? But most people are not weaponizing religion the way that these people are. So anybody in the comment section that practices a religion, again, I want to make this very clear. I'm not attempting to disrespect your religion. I want you to see how religion, period, is weaponized to be able to work as a vehicle for I'm white and I say so. You know what I'm saying? You're literally seeing it right here. I mean, look at this dude said that if I gather up all these people and put them somewhere, Jesus is going to come. Like, seriously? Seriously, dude?
Reasons. Prime Minister Lloyd George, for example, was a Christian zealot who believed gathering the Jewish people in Palestine would bring Jesus Christ back to earth. Others, like Balfour, believed that getting the Jewish people out of Europe and into their own country would be a good thing. Herzl was pretty visionary.
Straight out of Europe. Straight out of Europe. Maybe that should be a shirt. Maybe that should be a shirt in the merch store. You know what I'm saying? Straight out of Europe. It'll be an inside joke. It'll be like 4,000 people that get it. I'm coming straight out of Europe.
Getting the Jewish people out of Europe and into their own country would be a good thing. Herzl was pretty visionary when he wrote that the anti-Semitic nations will become our allies. Meanwhile, the Zionists assured Britain,
this dude had, let me tell you, man, this dude masterfully pulled their card. Did y'all hear what he said? He said the anti-Semitic nations will become our allies. Bruh. And then the interesting thing about it is, quote unquote, just okay with that. Yeah, AB, I'm coming straight out of Europe. The anti-Semitic nation. Now, mind you, he said this. That individual said that. Peep the game. Peep the game. You know what I'm saying?
To their own country would be a good thing. Herzl was pretty visionary when he wrote that the anti-Semitic nations will become our allies.
Man, he pulled them people's card. This is what I'm telling y'all about human behavior is inescapable. This dude probably had some type of observation and picked up on some type of patterns about these people that he was dealing with and working with. And he said, don't worry about what's going on right now because, quote unquote, the quote unquote anti-Semitic nations will become our allies. Now, based on that assumption that he made, if that is indeed true, and if that did indeed happen, well, then who are the quote unquote anti-Semitic nations today? Who are they today? Because according to him, you heard what he predicted that their fate would be. See, this is all the stuff that we got to pay very close attention to. You know what I'm saying? And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 106 live viewers and we got 152 likes. Shout out to y'all. We hit that 150 goal, so y'all know what's next. Smash that like button and let's try to get up to 160.
like Balfour believed that getting the Jewish people out of Europe and into their own country would be a good thing. Herzl was pretty visionary when he wrote that the anti-Semitic nations will become our allies. Meanwhile, the Zionists assured Britain that their future country would be a reliable ally. So that's the backstory of how European anti-Semitism, Zionism, and British imperialism all led to the Balfour Declaration.
Man, now let's ask this question. Where are black people involved in this, right? So now it's interesting how when Ari Emanuel decides to write opinion pieces for the Rolling Stone, he leaves a lot of this out. So now my question for everybody is, why are they leaving a lot of this out? Why is this left out? They're using that Ron DeSantis history model, huh? That's what they're doing. They're using that Ron DeSantis history model. Also, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, you guys remember, make sure that you guys watch the video all the way through to the end. It's going to take you into the next premiere window for the next schedule, Just Talking with TD and Rob. How many people in here are subscribed to Just Talking with TD and Rob? If you're subscribed to Just Talking with TD and Rob, give me a flames emoji. If you're not, just watch this video all the way through. It'll take you in there. Make sure you hit the bell icon twice in there and share it and share that stream, that window to your social media. And we'll be live on that channel on Thursday at 3:00 p.m. Eastern time. You know what I'm saying?
This British promise to build a homeland for Jews in Palestine. Now we're going to look at how Britain did that.
So that was real important, that little note, that little sticky note that they put on there at the end. See how it says, oh, and look at the name on there. That name, when mentioned, is associated with certain kind of conspiracy theories. Let me ask you guys a question. Is this a conspiracy theory? Shout out to that Post-it note. It says that Palestinians were not consulted. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you see the strategy behind attempting to blame particular people for their own quote unquote oppression? This is one of the reasons why I tell people pay very close attention and why they shouldn't fall for that. Don't fall for that. There's way too much information that shows evidence otherwise. And shout out to my man Win Lose the Rug for throwing the link in there. Appreciate it, bro. There's way too much information that gives plenty of evidence of otherwise. As long as you understand your history, as long as you understand the world history, you will always be able to combat those arguments, which is one of the reasons now why the United States government and agents of the United States government, like Ron DeSantis, are shamefully attempting to run from their own history by attempting to make laws to change it. You know what I'm saying? Peep the game. Peep the business model. This is what I be telling everybody. These are business strategies that have materialized into giant conglomerates and empires. Pay very close attention to the blueprint. You know what I'm saying?
Now we're going to look at how Britain did that. World War I had been a conflict between rival empires, and the winners set up the League of Nations to distribute the losing side's territories between them. They called it the Mandate System, putting territories once controlled by the Ottoman and German empires under the, quote, tutelage.
Shout out to my man YGLTB1. YGLTB1 says, I will pose a question to everyone in the chat room. What was the original religion of Adam and Eve? That's a great question. That's a great question. You know what I'm saying? I'll let the chat handle it. You know what I'm saying? That's a great question. Anybody got the answers to that?
Of advanced nations until they became independent. Britain was given the mandate over Palestine, but the Palestinian people were never asked what they wanted.
How do you just... How do you just give some? I'm going to just give you a mandate over these people. These people have no idea who you are. Look at this. Look at this. Now, shout out to the plainest Jane, because the plainest Jane is the first person that I ever heard say this. But this right here, what we're looking at right here, this is actual caucasity. This is actual. This is live action caucasity. Shout out to Jay for putting a Just Talking with TD and Rob link in the chat. Make sure y'all hit that link. How do you just hand somebody a piece of paper? Like, that's just like if I go to Walmart and I'll be like, here, I'm going to give you the manifesto for this big screen TV. Go ahead and take it. Make it make sense. I don't own that TV. How am I doing that? Make it make sense. I don't own that TV. How am I doing that? But I'm doing it anyway. Didn't even ask them folks. Big facts. That's the crazy thing. And again, all of this is just left out. It's just all left out. We're just not going to talk about it. We're just not going to talk about it. Why talk about it? You know.
Britain was given the mandate over Palestine, but the Palestinian people were never asked what they wanted or what independence would look like to them.
Now, let me ask you guys a question. When it comes to contact, right? When it comes to contact with these people, when the global majority, right? When the global majority has initial contact with these people, is what freedom looks like for the global majority ever considered? But yet the global majority is responsible for its own oppression. But there's no account of the global majority doing anything like this to the global minority. And Matt Walsh brings up, quote unquote, white slavery. One thing that Matt Walsh doesn't talk about with white slavery is that white nations were involved with white slavery, as well as all of those countries in North Africa that Matt Walsh likes to list, because, you know, when they talk about black people, they like to talk about sub-Saharan Africa. That's when they use the dog whistle of low IQ. They talk about sub-Saharan African IQ. So they pick and choose, right? North Africa, you know, you have a lot of countries with a lot of, you know, French Montana people, you know what I'm saying? Like Egypt and Morocco and shit like that. But then, you know, sub-Saharan African, that's where you get more, you know, melanated, you know what I'm saying? So they always use the sub-Saharan African dog whistle until they can't use the sub-Saharan African dog whistle. You know what I'm saying? And then they just say Africa. If you go and look up, quote unquote, Caucasian people from North Africa, Morocco, all of those countries that were involved in, quote unquote, white slavery, guess what old school scientific group of people that they're considered? It ain't sub-Saharan African. But Matt Walsh forgot to tell you that on his little Daily Wire YouTube channel with 5 million subscribers that he got from purchasing advertisement and the algorithm favoring, you know, let's just say they don't favor nappy beards. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Tech Walt MD, he's talking to us. Big facts. And that's why we talking right back to him. Here you go, bruh.
Britain was given the mandate over Palestine, but the Palestinian people were never asked what they wanted or what independence would look like to them. Listen to what Balfour wrote to one of his colleagues.
For in Palestine, we do not propose even to go through the form.
Hey, I ain't mad at it, AB Promotions. I ain't gonna lie. I'll be rocking out to a little bit of French Montana music. You know what I'm saying? One of my favorite songs has 3 people in it that I can't stand to this day. That song, I can't stand Fat Joe, and I can't stand Remy Ma neither, and I can't stand French Montana, but all the way up, that's that shit right there. All the way up. All the way up. You know what I'm saying? I can't stand none of them motherfuckers, but they did their thing on that song though. You know what I'm saying?
of consulting the wishes of the present inhabitants of the country.
Instead, it was the Zionists who were consulted about what their vision for Palestine was, and so the mandate ended up incorporating not just the Balfour Declaration, but several clauses requiring.
So again, pay attention to that name, that's on that piece of paper right there. But now remember, when you talk about this kind of stuff, if that name is brought up or any of this stuff is brought up, it's quote unquote called quote unquote anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Now, again, I'm gonna ask the question: is this a conspiracy theory? Like, is what we're watching a conspiracy theory? That's the question.
Britain to ensure the establishment of a Jewish home in Palestine. British rule was very accommodating to the Zionist project. The Jewish community in Palestine grew with big waves of immigration. They had their own schools and factories and even their own militia, the Haganah, and they were led by the Polish-born David Ben-Gurion, the leader of their representative body, the Jewish Agency. To the Palestinians, it was clear that Britain wasn't delivering them independence. It was delivering their country to other people.
How do you do that? How do you do that? So again, remember, right? Quote unquote, these people, quote unquote, right? Talking about Palestinians, right? How are they being described by the mainstream media? Oh, we have no idea. We have no idea why these people are. We have no idea. Does the business model look similar? We have no idea. These people are outraged. These people are committing animalistic acts. I mean, we have no idea. We have no idea. For some reason, which we all know the reason, the people that put the people that do all of the okay, man, this map is wild. I wish that let me see something real quick. I wish that let me see here. See, hold on real quick. Yeah, man, they so lame on StreamYards. You gotta they don't let you. Hold on real quick. We currently support Google Slides, PowerPoint, and PDF. Man, they lame as hell, bro. Yeah, but shout out to the people that are in the Discord. If you guys are not in the Discord, hit that link that's in the comment section there and join the Discord and take a look at this map that AB Promotions just put in there. The land loss, man, that's crazy. Man, that's wild. And that's something that people don't talk about. Yeah, they bold as hell. Big facts, Lamar Jones. Facts. Big facts. Now, here's the question. Why was that area chosen?
In 1936, they went on strike. British forces tried to break the strike with arrests, torture, mass punishment, and executions. Leaders were exiled, weapons confiscated, and houses blown up. Palestinian fighters attacked British and Jewish targets, while British and Haganah forces would carry out joint raids on Palestinian villages. Something had to change. The British government sent a commission called...
Now, again, what's crazy is they never give a reason of why Britain was doing all of this military action in Palestine. Shouldn't there usually be a reason why this stuff is going on? But notice how in this video, they don't give a reason, which I don't think is what the purpose of the video is. But I don't think that Britain had a justifiable reason to be there, which is why they kind of just went over it. They were just there doing what they do. You know what I'm saying? That's what was going on. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Jay Bird. Jay Bird just checked out that that Palestinian land map in the chat. And shout out to Jada Informant for throwing that link to Just Talking with TD and Rob in the chat. Yeah, they lost all that land in 1 year, man. That's crazy. And that's not talked about in the mainstream media at all. Now, here go my question. Why is that not talked about? None of this stuff has been talked about in a full context. And there's a reason for that. And we got to get to the bottom of the reason. And we got to get down to why it is that reason is allowed. Because once you get to the bottom of that, that will give answers to a whole bunch of questions that we have now. And then it'll open up the new can of questions that we haven't even got to. Because there's a whole, like, people think that it's over once you get the answers to these questions. There's a whole gang of questions, brand new, still in the shrink wrap, that ain't nobody even got a chance to tackle yet. These questions are so brand new, we can actually talk about them because they're beyond the community guidelines and won't even be able to be classified as hate speech or any kind of speech because this gang of questions is so damn new. It smells like a new car. You know what I'm saying?
Called the Peel Commission to figure it out, but their proposed solution was typical. Just draw another British line on the map, divide the country, give this part to the Jews and this part to the Palestinians, and make that part of Transjordan next door. Oh, and because the Palestinians were a majority in the country, 250,000 of them would have to be removed by force to make the Jewish state viable.
So now, quantitative easing. Quantitative easing of the population. Where have we heard or seen that? Matter of fact, that could possibly be going on right here. Somebody had mentioned gentrification earlier. I forget who it was. Shout out to whoever it was that said that. But like I said, this right here, we're talking about gentrification on steroids.
Called the Peel Commission to figure it out, but their proposed solution was typical. Just draw another British line on the map, divide the country, give this part to the Jews and this part to the Palestinians, and make that part of Transjordan next door. Oh, and because the Palestinians were a majority in the country, 250,000 of them would have to be removed by force to make the Jewish state viable. Remember, these were the proposals that were meant to calm things down. Spoiler, they didn't. Instead, the revolt continued until 1939, by which time about 10% of Palestine's adults.
In whose mind? Think about this. What kind of warped, deluded mind do you have to think that doing something like that would calm things down? That would calm things down where and how? How in the world and where in the world would a solution like that calm anything down? Think about that. That was the excuse. These will calm things down. Really? Calm them down like how?
Adult male population had either been killed, injured, arrested, or exiled. The British government really needed a solution. So here comes another report.
The Commission is studying the 20-year-old Jewish settlements in British-mandated Palestine.
The 1939 White Paper created a conflict between the British and the Zionists for the first time, because it rejected partition and said the solution was for Palestine to gain independence within 10 years, with everyone living there sharing it together. Crucially, it also imposed severe limits on Jewish land purchases and immigration.
So now, as you guys can see, when certain people started getting checked, that's when the problem started. You guys see that? If you guys see that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't see that, give me a thumbs down. And now here's my question. You can't just put people on top of each other and make them get along. Husbands and wives don't even get along living in the same house for a long time. Families don't get along living in the same house for a long time. Roommates fall out. You can't put two completely different cultures and completely different groups of people on top of each other against their will and expect them to get along. That's not viable. But that's one thing that WS did here with us, you know what I'm saying? Which is one of the reasons why it in many cases is difficult for people to get along, because most of us are not all from just one particular tribe. They did that strategically, knowing that it would cause issues, which we see it causes issues now. And then people want to sit back and laugh and say they can't even get along. They're divided. Of course they're divided. Of course we're divided. First and foremost, groups of us who are not related to other groups of us are put on top of each other, right? And then on top of that, we've been dumped into a society of a bunch of people that hates us, that has the rest of the world cucked and trained like dogs to think in the same way that they do. So that's a complex amount of problems and a complex amount of history that we got to navigate. Yeah, Tia said a while back her chat was bringing up errors. Jay Bird, is anybody else having issues with the chat? If you guys are having issues with the chat, give me a thumbs up. If you guys are not having issues with the chat, give me a thumbs down. I'm not mad at that. Shout out to Janine. That's that old school stuff. A 2-story house has been the key to our 28-year marriage. You ever told your husband, you lucky we got 2 stories, because if we only had one, you'd be in the basement. Oh,
to the Zionists, this felt like a betrayal. In response, some set off bombs across the country, killing dozens of Palestinians. But soon, everyone was distracted by something much bigger. More than 60 million people were killed in World War II, including 6 million Jews murdered in Nazi death camps. Jewish survivors fled Europe, with a large number of them trying to find safety in Palestine despite the British limit on Jewish immigration. This set off a more...
So we're now in the realms of retro undocumented bros. Do you guys see the connection? We're now in the realms of retro undocumented bros. Isn't that something? How does that happen? So what I want you guys to see is pay very close attention to how immigration policy, even in this situation, is utilized to socially engineer.
Jews murdered in Nazi death camps. Jewish survivors fled Europe, with a large number of them trying to find safety in Palestine despite the British limit on Jewish immigration. This set off a more direct confrontation between the Zionists and the British, with Palestinians often targeted as well. The Zionists knew 2 things. Militarily, they were stronger than the Palestinians, and Britain was exhausted by World War II, so it wouldn't have the stomach to keep fighting.
They see now. YouTube is mad. See, because we finally broke out of that algorithm. We finally broke that cap and got more than 100 people in the room, which means that we got to now break the next cap and we got to get 200, right? But I wasn't supposed to break that cap. Like, I was supposed to be stuck at 50 the entire time, like as long as I did YouTube. And because of you guys, you know what I'm saying, we've been able to break out of that cap multiple times. You know what I'm saying? And so now YouTube algorithm got to update itself and figure out how to stop us some more, but that's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to y'all. Shout out to my man KO Kid Fit. What's good with it, bro?
Fighting in Palestine. They were right. In 1947, after 30 years of occupation, Britain announced it was quitting Palestine and asked the newly formed United Nations to clean up its mess. All right, 1947 and 1948 are the most pivotal.
So now look at that. It asked the United Nations to clean up the mess. So now we understand the United Nations involvement right, in this region and their opinions, right, and who they tend to be more favorable toward, who they tend to side with. And shout out to Denise for hitting the Nightbot. And look at this, another error. If you guys are getting error messages in the chat, give me a thumbs up. If you're not getting error messages in the chat, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Deneen. And you know them wheels is falling off soon because my car old as hell. I gotta take that bad boy in. But you know I'm cheap, so you know what I'm saying. That's probably gonna be the last vehicle that I have in my entire life. You know what I'm saying?
Early, they were stronger than the Palestinians, and Britain was exhausted by World War II, so it wouldn't have the stomach to keep fighting in Palestine. They were right. In 1947, after 30 years of occupation, Britain announced it was quitting Palestine and asked the newly formed United Nations to clean up its mess. All right, 1940.
How do you just do that? Think about that. How do you cause utter disarray? You completely uproot how these people are living, completely destroy where they live at. And then you just hand a little manila folder to the UN and say, here, deal with this. I'm moving on. How does that work, man? Oh, and we're definitely going to get into that, Sean. We're going to get into that. And also, guys, just so you guys know, you guys can always view on Rumble, or you can view on Twitch, or you can view on Facebook. On Facebook and Twitch, I can pop the comments up, you know, in StreamYards. On Rumble, I can't. But so make sure you guys are following me on Twitch, and also make sure that you guys are following on Facebook as well, because you'll be able to, you know, check out the content there if YouTube wants to play games. Also, it is what it is. Like I said, though, we're gonna push forward regardless.
Despite the British limit on Jewish immigration. This set off a more direct confrontation between the Zionists and the British, with Palestinians often targeted as well. The Zionists knew two things. Militarily, they were stronger than the Palestinians, and Britain was exhausted by World War II, so it wouldn't have the stomach to keep fighting in Palestine. They were right. In 1947, after 30 years of occupation, Britain announced it was quitting Palestine and asked the newly formed United Nations to clean up its mess. All right, 1947 and 1948 are the most pivotal years in this story. So let's take a look at how things are lining up. During British rule, Jews had gone from 10% to 30% of the population and owned about 6% of the land. Under Ben-Gurion's leadership.
So now again, this graphic right here is very important, because now we're into the realms.
The Jewish Agency was
now we're going into the realms of power dynamics. And remember, the United States is engineered to keep us powerless. So pay very close attention to how this is engineered to empower, per se.
So let's take a look at how things are lining up. During British rule, Jews had gone from 10% to 30% of the population and owned about 6% of the land. Under Ben-Gurion's leadership, the Jewish Agency was pretty much functioning as a government for the Jewish community. And the Zionist militias had tens of thousands of soldiers, modern weapons, and officers who'd already fought in World War II. On the other side, the Palestinians hadn't been allowed to develop their own administration or military. But as they waited for the UN solution, they were still the majority all over the country. In November 1947, the UN, then only made up of a fraction of the world's countries, voted to partition Palestine. This plan marked off 55% of the country.
Think about that. They voted to partition Palestine. Think about that. Like, just sit back and think about that. Think about that. All of these people that aren't even involved with your country, where you live at, you've just had this situation where all of these people are here out of the clear blue sky, and boom, this is what we're going to do. We're going to partition your country, and we're going to have a bunch of people who are unrelated to your country or your affairs in on the decision, and everybody's going to get a decision except for you. Man, does that sound familiar? Dad, Look at how the Palestinians kept waiting for FN outsiders to decide what to do for them. Look at that. Sounds like people that think politics is going to deliver them from something, doesn't it, Sean? Just saying.
For a Jewish state, but the UN never explained how it could be a Jewish state when half the people in its territory were Palestinian. To nobody's surprise, Palestinians, and in fact all Arabs, rejected the UN's plan.
So again, see, pay very close attention to the power dynamics. The power dynamics. So what we're dealing with now, we're still dealing with remnants of unresolved issues from this. Compiled on top of the quote-unquote ancient biblical stuff. But then people sit there, you know, I don't understand what's going on. They understand. Everybody who says that they don't understand, they understand. They understand. And I got to agree with Sean. If you guys agree with Sean, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with Sean, give me a thumbs down. Sean says the Palestinians aren't reacting at all, and the rest of the Arab world is mobilizing way too damn late. And one of the reasons why they're mobilizing way too late is because the same group of people, you know what I'm saying, people from Great Britain and them folks deranged a lot of Arabic internal politics with banana republics and coups and got them fighting against each other. Remember, the best strength. See, like these people cause internal conflict with other people, sit back and wait for both of y'all to beat the shit out of each other and then steal both of y'all shit and kill both of y'all. That's how they get down. That's why I tell people, man, take a deep breath. Stop fighting. And if you're going to fight, fight behind the scenes where no one else can see you fight. And when it comes to these people, look like you two are impenetrably best friends. They work on a system of smoke and mirrors that has no actual validation. It's all a fucking magic trick. And all people got to do is just wake up out of it. The moment people wake up out of it will be the literal day that you will hear a pin drop in California if you're standing in New York, because the world will change that quick. I'm telling you.
In November 1947, the UN, then only made up of a fraction of the world's countries, voted to partition Palestine. This plan marked off 55% of the country for a Jewish state, but the UN never explained how it could be a Jewish state when half the people in its territory were Palestinian. To nobody's surprise, Palestinians, and in fact all Arabs, rejected the UN's plan. Ben-Gurion and the Zionist leadership accepted, but they saw an opportunity. With the British on the way out, the Zionists knew they would have the strongest military in Palestine. Their forces were instructed to seize more territory than they'd been awarded by the UN, and to do what was necessary to reduce the number of Palestinians in it.
Now, that sounds like what a lot of Palestinian people are saying on these videos that we hear, doesn't it? If it does, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't, give me a thumbs down. Now, if you take a look at that land map that AB Promotions put into the Discord, that land map also shows consistencies with what you're talking about here. Pay very close attention to how when they didn't have to follow the rules anymore because there was no imminent threat of a larger military, they just decided not to. But remember, these are the very people that talk about hard work and being a moral compass and all that. But as soon as the opportunity presents itself to where we don't have to follow the rules anymore, we're just not going to follow the rules. We're going to take by force. And this is one of the reasons why I ask people, why does anyone concern themselves with a fair fight when it comes to survival? That's my question.
In cities like Haifa, the militia set off car bombs in Palestinian neighborhoods. They attacked villages and forced residents out.
Haganah troops have driven the Arabs out of the beleaguered city, taking many prisoners.
After inspecting parts of western Jerusalem that had been emptied of Palestinians, Ben-Gurion said,
"In many Arab neighborhoods in the West, you do not see even one Arab. If we persist, it is quite possible that in the next 6 or 8 months, there will be considerable changes in the country.
Isn't that interesting? In many Arab neighborhoods in the West, you don't see any Arabs. But now let me ask you guys the question. Who are the people that are sitting here talking about erasure, replacement theory, Tucker Carlson, and we're being replaced? No, you're not. You all are the replacers. Never let those people get that off. Never. You know what I'm saying? The first level of this nonsense is psychological bombardment. These people bombard everybody with psychological bullshit. Stop it at all costs. Never let them get off bullshit. Ever. Destroy incoming nonsense and lies by any means necessary. Because that is the first layer of psychological bludgeoning. Oh, maybe that's right. Maybe I need to. No, I don't need to worry about shit. The very people that sit there and talk about replacement theory, light-skinned people, you know what I'm saying, exist because of the replacers. Motherfuckers that look like me exist because of the replacers. And I'm not talking about people that are willingly involved in a interracial relationship, marriage, or union, or have a multicultural family. I'm talking about generational light-skinned people that are the same complexion as a mixed person, but got black facial features and black hair. Those are the involuntary light-skinned people. There's a difference between involuntary light-skinned people and quote-unquote mixed people. Mixed people are created out of a legal, by choice, intercourse or marriage union. Involuntary light-skinned people are the result of slavery. They're different. And isn't it interesting how white people don't have a categorization for that? That's how they can get off sitting up there saying something stupid like Barack Obama is your black president. Barack Obama is an involuntary, or Barack Obama is a mixed person. He's a voluntary, light-skinned person. You know what I'm saying? And his father is African and his mom is the W. The very white people who call Barack Obama a black president, you have to ask them what makes Barack Obama black, because remember, it's you all that's creating these classifications. How is he not white? You know, I've enraged many people when I told them that Obama was a white president. I tell them that all the time. Obama's white. How is he white? How is he white? How is he black? What are you talking about? If you as a white person can sit there and say that Obama is a black person, then me as a black person can sit there and say that he's a white person, and there's nothing you can do about it. Because your rules don't trump mine, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And then when you start, when you tell them that Barack Obama is a white person, all of a sudden you become racist. Now, of course, I know that Barack Obama is mixed. I don't have a problem with mixed people at all. Shout out to the mixed people. It just so happens that in this war of intellectualism, you're not going to get that off on me with your bullshit. I'm going to crush you. And that's the mentality that people need to have. You want to call Barack Obama a black person? I'm going to call him a white person. And then, despite the fact that my parents was cool as hell and they were not like this, I would tell them my parents would never let me be involved in anything that let me create something like Barack Obama. Oh my God, you're so horrible, man. Shut the fuck up. 2 generations of your fucking family benefited off of laws like that. I'm just saying that shit to hurt your fucking feelings because I can, bitch. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that shit because I know you're going to believe it, dummy. Just like how you thought I was going to listen to your bullshit. But then you got an ice cold slap in the face and shit changed real quick. That's the kind of time you got to be on. Because I'm telling you, the first level of this kind of shit is the intellectual warfare. All that microaggression shit, that's all that shit is about. It's the first level. It is anybody that's participating in any of that microaggressions or any of that bullshit, they're on the same page as this greater issue that these people are doing. And you cannot let it slide at work, at home, anywhere. At school, they have their kids attacking your kids with this bullshit. Your daughter comes home crying because the people that she around in school talking shit about her hair when ain't nothing wrong with her hair. Never let it slide. Destroy it to smithereens. You know what I'm saying?
Ben-Gurion said,
"In many Arab neighborhoods in the West, you do not see even one Arab. If we persist, it is quite possible that in the next 6 or 8 months, there will be considerable changes in the country, and to our advantage."
One of the events that helped speed up these changes took place on April 9th, 1948.
So now here's the question, right? The UN saw the patterns of these population decreases and the change in population matrix. And the question that you got to ask is, what happened? And why didn't anybody say anything about it? Why didn't anybody do anything about it? Shout out to High Kicks to Your Teeth. High Kicks to Your Teeth said, I had a white child tell me they didn't like my hair. I was grown. Listen. I'm not even going to go there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to say anything. But that kid would have been like, Mommy! And then somebody's wannabe tough dad would have been like, what are you doing to what did you do to my child? Making him cry like that. And then somebody's dad would have had a black plastic bag around them. Get your kid under control so that you can see him graduate. You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, you know, they're just kids. Yeah, I grew up around kids like that and went to school with kids like that. I know that monsters come in bite size as well. You know what I'm saying?
When the village of Deir Yassin was attacked. A British government report to the United Nations describes the scene. 250 people were killed in circumstances of great savagery. Women and children were stripped, lined up, photographed, and then slaughtered by automatic firing. The story of what happened at Deir Yassin.
Man, so that's interesting. This is what they were doing to the this is what was going on with the Palestinians. Sounds very similar to what they're saying. Sounds very similar to what they're saying Hamas is doing, which is interesting. Because how often is everybody in the United States trying to make a case that black people systemically oppress other groups of people? And again, when you ask people the mechanisms of how it is that we're doing all this, well, you know, somebody made a video on TikTok and it hurt my feelings. Oh, you mean so no business was created that blocked you out and didn't let you get hired, or nobody created a policy to encourage you to delete your own children, or none of that kind of stuff? None of that happened? Somebody made a video on TikTok and it hurt your feelings? Well, maybe if your feelings are that temperamental, then maybe you don't have any business having the status in the world that you have. Maybe you might want to reconsider that. because to be a world leader and a premier person, you got to have thick skin, since everything is about quote unquote skin. At least y'all made it about skin. You know what I'm saying? And you don't get to go back on making shit about skin since motherfuckers decided to do that shit. This is the whole, oh, well, we're just going to wash our hands of Israel, Palestine. We're just going to wash our hands of the race concept. No, you're not. No, you're not. The moment you think you're about to wash your hands on that race shit, we're about to throw dirt right back on you and continue to address you with the dirt on you. You're not getting away with that shit. It's not happening until you deal with it the right way. Nobody's going to give you an easy time while you sit there and say that that's all everybody else wants is an easy time. You know what I'm saying? Because what ends up happening is that when people are in the situation that we're in and they have been forced to deal with that for a long time, what usually ends up happening is that you end up creating a hyper response. And the hyper response is going to be probably a lot worse than if people had just been cordial and humane at the time of conflict. I'm just saying.
Government report to the United Nations describes the scene. 250 people were killed in circumstances of great savagery. Women and children were stripped, lined up, photographed, and then slaughtered by automatic firing. The story of what happened at Deir Yassin set off panic all over the country. As news spread, people fled, fearing they would be next. Historians have recorded dozens of similar massacres during this period. Each time, they would result in entire communities fleeing.
That's a great question, DJ Elmo. And you know what we should do? We should ask an oncologist and see what they say.
Fleeing.
תמיד הייתה הוראה של בן גוריון לגרש את האנשים משם. כבשנו את המקום, טרקטורים חרשו את המקום. חרשו. לא נשאר זכר כבר. למה? לא רצו...
So now, do you guys notice that they're not really interviewing any Palestinians from the area? If you guys notice that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't notice that, give me a thumbs down. They're not really interviewing any Palestinians from the area. So my question for everybody is, where are the Palestinians, and how come none of them are being interviewed? Where is the same? Like we got to ask these questions. Somebody got to be around somewhere. Ain't nobody to be interviewed. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 167 likes. If everybody can bang on that like button and get us to 175, that'd be great.
By the time Britain ended its mandate on May 15, 1948, 250,000 Palestinians had fled. The night before, David Ben-Gurion announced the founding of the State of Israel, with himself as its first prime minister. He was standing under a giant portrait of Herzl. 51 years after...
A giant portrait of the guy that wrote that book. So that right there, honoring your ancestors. You see that? This is what I'm saying. This is one of the reasons why them people choose to honor Robert E. Lee and all them Confederates. This is them honoring their ancestor. This is what this dude did for us. We're going to put his picture in what it is that he made the blueprints for. This is one of the reasons why they destroy all of the monuments and monoliths everywhere that they go and install their own. Mount Rushmore was defaced. The Great Sphinx was defaced. Understand the culture.
Himself as its first prime minister. He was standing under a...
There it is right there. Ancestor worship. Our founding fathers, not our father. And that's another form of psychological warfare, not our founding fathers. Anytime people say our founding fathers, I'd be like, those aren't my founding fathers. Well, you're in America, aren't you? Not by choice. I'm not going to sit here and lie and share the same story as you because it makes you feel good. I'm not going to do that under any circumstance. I don't care how you feel. I don't care how angry you get. I don't care. We don't share the same story, and I'm not going to adopt yours to make you feel better. The world is engineered as of right now to make you feel good at all times. That should be enough. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. What's good with it, bro?
A giant portrait of Herzl, 51 years after Herzl had predicted this very moment. The Zionist militias came together as the newly formed Israel Defense Forces, but the fighting wasn't over. With the British out of the way, soldiers from several Arab countries entered Palestine, but
I agree 110%. And that's why, like I said, people need to start making T-shirts of Dessalines on them. People need to start making T-shirts of Nat Turner with a machete, with a bloody machete on it. And put that on a New Era hat. Make that shit cool. Make a shirt that has, Sojourner Truth or Harriet Tubman with a shotgun barrel to the mouth of somebody that looks like somebody on the back of a dollar bill. You have to make that shit cool. You have to make it fashionable. You got to understand the language to be able to talk to people and then communicate the messages to people in a way that they will be able to pick them up and be receptive of them. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man PD Chicago B1. What's good with it, bro? That's why pay attention to my, you know what I'm saying, like little symbols that I put in my stuff. There's a reason for that. You know what I'm saying?
Israeli army was better equipped, better organized, and unlike the Arab armies, had a unified command and backing from several European countries. Israeli forces pushed into places that the UN had assigned to the Palestinians.
Now, why is it that when it comes to doing all this stuff, these countries always have backing from quote unquote several European countries? Black people are so bad, and there's never really been any, black countries backing any of this. Oh, you ask white people, they'll tell you it's because we're running around wearing leaves and living in mud huts. That's what Trump would say, at least. You know what I'm saying? Because shout out to Trump. He said that. You know what I'm saying? You don't get to get away with that. Trump said that about people in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Shithole countries. Remember, shithole countries that there's such shithole countries that there's diamonds and titanium and lithium at the bottom of the fucking toilet, right? Genius. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Rudy Ray. I'm from Ohio too, bro.
A unified command and backing from several European countries. Israeli forces pushed into places that the UN had assigned to the Palestinian state, like the towns of Lidda and Ramle. 50,000 people were forced to flee from there, many on foot, in what became known as the Lidda Death March. After being emptied, the towns were given Hebrew names, Lod and Ramla. Like in many other empty towns, the buildings and homes were taken over by the new Israeli state and given to Jews. By the time the UN...
So again, you got this situation where land was taken and land was given. They're using the American model. So is it safe to say that they did this the American way? So now if it's safe to say that they did this the American way, now you guys can see why they're ideological peers, why they're political allies. They're ideological peers. These are two groups, two countries, two cultures that can unify on the fact that they don't give a shit about just running up in your house and taking your shit. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Secured an armistice, 3/4 of the Palestinian people had become refugees. In Arabic, they call this the Nakba, literally the catastrophe.
So then you make these people refugees, right? You make them refugees, and then you blame the situation that they're in on them. You never rectify it. You continue to slowly starve these people out, and then you sit there and say these people are a victim of their own circumstance. Got a question. Does anybody else use that business model? Yeah, exactly, AB promotion. Copy and paste. Copy and paste. Who else uses this business model? But yet these very people who are a victim of this and also who get galvanization from movements that we create want to come to the United States and be anti-black. Like, make it make sense. Make it make sense. This is how brain damage they literally have the world's brain in a blender. It's crazy to watch.
The new state of Israel made up 78% of what had been Palestine. The remaining parts were annexed by Jordan or taken over by Egypt. A year later, the UN passed a resolution calling for all Palestinian refugees to be allowed to return home. They never have been.
So UN said that the refugees was allowed to come home. They've never been allowed to come home. Yeah, big facts in the US. Shout out to AB and shout out to YGLTB1. And big facts, shout out to Roots Tracker. Yeah, we need them likes at 2 scunnet. Smash that like button.
The remaining parts were annexed by Jordan or taken over by Egypt. A year later, the UN passed a resolution calling for all Palestinian refugees to be allowed to return home. They never have been. Palestine had been erased. In the decades since, attempts to resolve this conflict have again tried to partition the land. With each successive attempt, the territory offered to Palestinians in their historic homeland shrinks even more. Ironically, Israel is still struggling to maintain the population advantage it gained in 1948 when it forced all those people out.
Now, why are they struggling to maintain a population? Let's go into that. Shout out to Torian. I told y'all from the beginning this was gonna be, this one here was gonna be long. That's why I didn't do that stream last night that I had said I was gonna do.
In the decades since, attempts to resolve this conflict have again tried to partition the land. With each successive attempt, the territory offered to Palestinians in their historic homeland shrinks even more. Ironically, Israel is still struggling to maintain the population advantage it gained in 1948 when it forced all those people out, because in 1967 it occupied.
Right, I gotta agree, Lloyd Sky 9, and the reason why I feel that this is important is because it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when they decide to attempt to try to do the same thing to us. If you guys agree, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. And I appreciate it. Shout out to you, Lamar. Appreciate you being here, bro.
Occupied the West Bank and Gaza, bringing all the Palestinians living there under its rule. And so today, the population of Jews and non-Jews in this land is roughly equal. But those living under occupation...
Look at all the help and all of the support and all of the slaughter and all of the things that they did to try to quantitatively ease the population. And out of all the efforts that they did, they can still they can't even keep up with the population. It's still neck and neck. Look at that. Look at that.
Jews and non-Jews in this land is roughly equal. But those living under occupation have no rights, no citizenship, and no prospect.
That's interesting. Let's go back.
Jews and non-Jews in this land is roughly equal. But those living under occupation have no...
Where have we seen that technique before? I don't think that there should be any doubt in anybody's head who gives the police their training and their objectives now. Where have we seen this technique before? We should name this technique should be a technique of shame attributed to these people called the Chauvin knee. So I think it's pretty obvious who trained people how to apply the Chauvin knee. Right, exactly. Shout out to Sean. Well, what do we have here? Sometimes process, right? Sometimes process replication can be the worst form of evidence.
No rights, no citizenship, and no prospect of independence. The Nakba—
Oh, man. Well, look at that. If I understood those markings on the back, I'd assume that those were police officers.
And no prospect of independence. The Nakba-era tactics of settlement, home demolitions, and expulsion are still used against them.
So it looks like in addition to quote-unquote slave catchers, looks like people may need to modify a little bit more of the context behind the police department and the symbols that they wear. Just food for thought.
Nakba, Nakba, no! We want Nakba, Nakba, no!
Israel has taken the land but wants nothing to do with the millions under its rule. International, Israeli, and Palestinian human rights groups say this system is a form of apartheid. To see if that's an accurate description of Israel more than 100 years after Balfour's promise, watch this video here.
So that's interesting. And it's unfortunate that we're not going to be able to go any deeper into that. But possibly later on, if I got some time free, we'll get back into it. All right. So shout out to everybody who came through to watch the live stream. We got 106 people watching. Make sure you guys smash the like button. Make sure you guys hit the bell. Shout out to everybody watching. Shout out to Black Free Thinker for the $2 super chat. Shout out to Black Spider for the $5 super chat. Make sure you guys show some love to the stream sponsors. And as always,